Let's see. Holden went and got a little associated with the underworld. Started to get a little interest in the goings on there, and with his bodyguard, Seraphir Thalavar, he seems to have quickly adapted to Holden's way of getting around the world. And Holden made a couple of very important contacts around on there, actually, which is pretty cool. He also assured Agatha de Lyrandor soon that he would have some very cool information to sell to her, and her husband for 50 gold. Um, he also entered into a very secret relationship with Anna de Madani, which no one should know about. In similar news, Ludwig also entered into a super secret relationship with Marina de Madani. These Madani girls are trouble. Um,
Oh, those Madanis.
uh, it is worth noting that, that Marina did explain to Ludwig the dangers and the reasoning for why this is so promiscuous, so damning, so taboo in the dragon marked houses, is because when dragon marked when heirs of two different dragon marked houses produce children, those children more often than not gain aberrant dragon marks, and we all know how shitty aberrant dragon mark people are. um, but that did not dissuade Ludwig. Ludwig knew what he wanted, and he went for it. Lois attended an oration class taught by Inara, and she also used the help of her fellow class members to begin to produce some very interesting signet rings with warning sounds built into them. Very useful, very handy. Rowan worked on some blueprints and had some fantasies about cutting Ludwig's limbs off and replacing them with super cool War Machine prosthetics, but decided to keep the intrusive thoughts at bay. And at the end of that little 7-day journey, the party has reconvened back in the Denise of Memory uh, in Fairhaven. Now, let us come to our phases. Um, you guys either did secret stuff or just kind of held true in House Phiarlan. You guys kind of disappeared from the public eye this week, I would say, for by and large. Lois being a dutiful student, going to school. Rowan staying in the Denise memory. And the rest of you kind of staying out of the eye of the of high society. And normally this wouldn't be a tremendously good thing, but considering recent news and considering your new alliance with House Phiarlan, it would be expected, probably by society, that you guys are very busy shoring up those alliances. So we will not move reputation today. Reputation will remain as it did last week for these purposes. You guys are given a little bit of grace because of your most recent situation. All right, next. I don't think any new rumors are going to pop up. I will tell you, actually, there is going to be one that is going to pop up. So let's go there. Let's go to the rumor phase. The newest rumor is, I have yet to type it out into a handout, but I'll give it to you guys, is that there is whisperings in the commoners and the peasants of Fairhaven about discontent with the dramas of uh, with the Dragon Marked houses. It seems that the people's faith, at least in Fairhaven, has been shaken in the Dragon Marked houses' ability to be secure. I will put that up when I have a moment. But the next are the following. Marina de Madani is trustworthy. Everyone seems to still think that. That's been largely shopped around. Very important and widely known rumor. The rumor of unrequited love for Lord Ludwig Erdrager has continued, where the court has seen him and Lady Marina de Madani, and he's been exceptionally complimentary of her craft, but for some reason, Ludwig is apprehensive to court her despite their undeniable spark, and perhaps Ludwig understands Dragon House matchmaking better than one might expect. That seems to be still floating around. Rumor about competition in House Cannith, about how Zorlin de Phiarlan does seem to take Jorlin de Cannith. Sorry, de Cannith. Sorry, oh my god, these names. Zorlin de Cannith does seem to take Jorlana de Cannith's competition seriously. There is weakness in the new house. The Corumber Chronicle wrote of an assassination attempt on House Leora. One of them even died. The new house seems ill prepared for the trials ahead of them. The Barons are all leaving Fairhaven by way of House Orion, House Lyrandar services at the same time in the wake of House Phiarlan's new position as the founder of House Lenora. And last but not least, Loisana is an impressive reporter. Even after dying at the hands of her assassin and then being resurrected, she still wrote a front page article for the Corumber Chronicle days later, and none at this point can deny her dedication to her craft. Is there anybody out there who would like to scandalize a rumor, use the rumor mill against somebody? Anybody? The answer, as always, if it's no, it's okay. But it would, of course, be far more fun if you said yes.
Contemplating.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, yes.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yes.
All right. All right. What do we got?
I want to scandalize the rumor about a weakness in the new house.
Okay. Go ahead. And how are we scandalizing it?
Anytime Lois is going out in public, she had to, visibly take a cane. She's already, recovering from resurrection sickness. Just trying to look extra affirmed. Have Kira? Yes, Kira. Her bodyguard. Take the opposite arm. Everything is very slow, very physically infirmed. To underscore the weakness or the perception of weakness for the new house.
All right, so you're trying to create a scandal around yourself. You're trying to scandalize yourself.
Use myself as the underline that there's weakness within the house. If someone asks, what's wrong with you, I was attacked and killed in the attack on House Leora.
Okay. So just to be very clear, you want to use Lois's weakened state to enhance the belief that House Lenora is not ready. Okay. Very interesting. And so it is. I will this is fun. I will update that soon. But yes, we will say that the weakness in the new house has been scandalized as people have seen Loisana hobbling about town. And some question will be called then into, or at least perhaps even confirmed of the matter of the weakness in House Melora. How interesting. All right, I'm just going to write myself a note. Lois Kane. Okay. Cross.
I want to use the unrest of the common folk, but I'm not sure how.
Okay. Did you want to perhaps direct that at a specific dragon marked individual that maybe something in that sense, use it to scandalize someone specifically? Direct the rumor at someone.
How much can I get away without it coming back to me is the question.
That depends on the scandal.
Yeah.
But in this sort of society, it's very hard to track a rumor backwards, and it also isn't very, especially for busy people, it's not convenient. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Tracking rumors backwards, like he said, she said bullshit. Like it's not easy.
I think I'd actually like to direct it at House Kenneth specifically. I'd like to tie it to the thing about the contest and what's his Zorlan. I want kind of that the people view his kind of, I guess, grasping at power in House Kenneth as just a preamble to warmongering.
Okay, so
Because
do
of
you
his fascination with
perhaps
Karnath.
absolutely, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. So you want to use sort of national tension against
Yes.
Zorlon. Incredible. Okay. National tension. That's very cool. Okay. So we will say interesting. Okay. Yeah, we'll direct it at Zorlon. Yeah, and you already said it. I was thinking of how to frame it when you said it. So we will direct it that perhaps the appearance of Zorlon de Cannith and his sort of Carnathi national instinct has perhaps been the source of this unrest.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Ooh. Incredible. Very fun. Very fun. Understood. Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to create a scandal? Holden, yes. What would you like to scandalize?
It's Scandal
I would-
Planet.
I would like to scandalize the rumor that all of the that the house leaders have all left the city.
Yes, they all left sort
That
of
the barons have left the city. Yeah.
Yep, tails tucked after their failure to become the founding members of House Lenore. Or the founding
And I would
members.
like to scandalize that by adding that they seem to have left prematurely. Some citing the idea or the notion that it's not safe in Fairhaven at the moment with the destruction of the Golden Dragon and with the assassination attempt on the new house. That Fairhaven seems to have fallen under a bit of unrest and civil unrule, and that there's a lack of security and safety in Fairhaven.
Damn. Okay. This is so fun. Okay, the Baron's leaving. So I will say, do you want to like emphasize cowardice in them, basically,
Not necessarily cowardice in the
or simply just
I
proof?
don't necessarily mean to emphasize that. What I mean
Okay.
to emphasize is this idea that there's at least among the nobles of royal court and the higher ups in the houses that basically Fairhaven is just seen as not being a safe and dependable place to be right now.
Got it. So you're kind of targeting Fairhaven more than the Barons themselves.
Yeah, I think
All right.
Fairhaven more than the Barons. Yeah.
Got it. Fairhaven, lack of security, lack of safety, even. Very cool.
And I guess just to make sure that I'm being clear about the intention, you can word it however you need to. But also that like I guess the idea that the barons of the houses or whomever, rather than staying to deal, or rather than hanging out and facing this boldly, has decided to essentially abandon Fairhaven.
Okay. So we are pushing it on the Barons a little bit, like
A
you're
little
not
bit,
going to stick
yeah.
around and help it. Okay. Rather retreat than aid. Okay, understood. Very interesting. Is there any other scandals we would like to try and bring into play? No? That's okay. Perfect. Three of you take inspiration. That's all very fun. We do like fun. Incredible. I'll be very excited to update our current rumors. Fantastic. All right, let's move right along. Let's see. It's been a long week, but probably not too eventful. Nobody's going to be receiving any letters. Does anybody feel the need to send any letters this week? I was thinking we might just skip the epistolary phase, but yeah.
I don't have a letter to send.
I don't have anything.
Yeah, you guys have just been kind of settling in, so not much need for that. Okay, cool. And that will bring us an end to the to our opening phases, and we'll just get back to business. So, welcome back, everybody. Really quick before I proceed, Holden, could you give me the name of your alias you were using last session?
Yes, Harmon Joyce.
Right, thank you. Just wanted to update my notes real quick. Okay, beautiful. Let's get to it. So, it is the 19th of the month. Oh my god, I'm already 5 pages in. It is the, the month is Zorantir, and it is, as I said, the 19th. You have all just taken 7 days to go about your business, settle in with House Phiarlan, and very fun. I will show you some art of what the place looks like over on Roll20. As always, I'll try and keep you updated. So you all have a very important meeting today. It seems that the Baroness herself wishes to speak with you all. And you're being sponsored by House Phiarlan and whatnot, but there's no denying that a Baron of her stature is a very busy woman. So this audience is, at its base, a sign of respect. And a sign of, taking a personal interest. Very cool of her. Not to pat my NPC on the back, but it would be clear. So I will ask, is there anything that you guys wanted to achieve as you wake up this morning before getting down to business?
Nothing off the top of my head, no.
Yep. Okay,
I offer to help any of the others.
Well, and I will make a brief statement to House Leora and the current Deneth bodyguards that last week while I was out and about, the rumor about ill preparedness and frailty within the house was sort of the scuttlebutt. I may have gone out of my way to exaggerate that. Because if they're going to try again, I would rather have them overestimate their advantage. And that seems like the best way to do that.
I respect the thinking, but I am worried it may be too clever by half.
Well, this is coming from the man who went into court and publicly announcing you missed.
That was a demonstration of strength, ma'am, my lady.
That was a demonstration of my dick is bigger than yours.
That was it. All you did was let them know that we recovered. You made it faster that they were able to recover. It was a sign of strength. It was also a huge tell. Just saying.
It's the opposite side of the same coin, Ludwig.
I think Soren the Deneth would say, it was indeed a sign of confidence and strength. But of course, much like Lois's behavior, if I'm not speaking out of turn, did invite challenge. And if I'm not mistaken, that seems to be the goal of a couple of you.
Possibly.
It's the easiest way to get at the root cause, because there wasn't a lot of telling information available. But now that we have some preparedness and some additional resources, and we can expect that it's coming, perhaps a different set of outcomes can be readily had.
Soren will say, I would agree that the attack on House Lenora was good. It was good for them. There was less defenses, but the Demise of Memory is, doesn't appear it, but it is a fortress. I've seen to some of the security measures personally, and at least 3 different houses have been contracted for security. I wouldn't try to infiltrate this place. Not with 50 men.
Which means we'll be hit externally, not here.
I will put this out here for you guys too, if it is of interest. Around here at the end of the work week, the week, the House Deneth has been contracted to send members of, I believe it's called the Blade Mark Guild, which is essentially like the stepped down general mercenary and bodyguarding group, and they're sort of going to work as like personal underling security teams underneath your defenders. So you guys now have security teams watching your backs, as opposed to just the single defender.
Yay!
Oh, wow.
Secret Service.
Yeah, you guys each have like, I'd probably say you each have like 2 additional members of the Blade Mark Guild, sort of underneath your true defender.
Sereth, do you have authority over these young men?
I have been given authority. I am from a better guild. He kind of smiles slyly.
So if, we don't necessarily need them at all times.
No,
You know what I'm saying.
They can guard your quarters, Lord Lapyard.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very much appreciated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, are we at breakfast? Is this our time to talk?
Yep.
Yeah, if you guys wanted to have a little breakfast before your meeting. I think it is worth noting that while each of you are like, your defenders are always at your side, and your these new blade I can't my brain can't make it happen. The Blade Mark Guild members are kind of like, the defender will be like, okay, go watch the hall, go stand at these exits and entrances, and they coordinate and so on and so forth. It is worth noting that Cross's defender is not at his side at breakfast. Bastion does not seem to be present.
Is Bastion out for a walk across?
I'll say, like, I don't know if anyone met Cross when they got back from the trip.
Cross... you when he got back, I guess.
Yeah. Contrary to how Cross normally is, very, very kind of just upright, robotic, like a soldier. This particular morning, they look pretty, for a Warforged, I would say pretty downcast. Like, they kind of are sat down, a bit slumped.
Ryan, can I do an insight check?
I don't think any. For what?
So where's Bastion? Let's see if Cross is telling the truth.
Well, he hasn't said anything.
I haven't said anything yet.
You need to wait on a response in order to.
Okay, I'm waiting for a response, but I won't do that when he does.
I went on a trip and ordered Bastion to stay behind. They
Very well.
followed me anyway.
Oh, to stay behind here in the city.
Oh.
Mhm. But they followed me anyway. There was another attempt on my life, and I escaped. Bastian did not.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Will you be requesting a new guard from House Denise?
Undecided. Although it's almost funny that they're bolstering our guard after I've lost my own.
Ryan may make the insight check now.
Yeah, go ahead. Cross, make me a deception or a persuasion check, depending on which it is. Send me the roll privately and which one you chose.
21.
Okay.
I'll tell you which it was in a moment.
Okay.
Doing the math in my head.
Yeah, no problem. What'd you get, Ludwig?
21.
21. To the best of your ability to tell, you're not sure if Cross is telling the truth.
And this seems like the point in time that Lois would, go rummaging and go, well, I'm now doubly glad that I made these, because this is probably the first time that she's seen Cross since he's been back. At which point she will hand out the silver signet rings for House Leora, and will explain that, if you intentionally cover them, or if there's physical combat with you, this ring will do this, and then she'll cover hers, and you'll get 2 minutes of the loudest hobgoblin you have ever heard screaming at the top of his lungs. Danger.
I try to cover it up, but to try to silence the noise, but it only makes it louder.
About 20 members of the Blade Mark Guild come storming through the doors of this dining hall, along with a number of House Phiarlan heirs, and like the Demise comes, the entire Demise and all of its security come running.
Oh no! Simply a drill.
Like,
Sorry, I was demonstrating function.
Rowan?
I should have told you. I'm so sorry.
When that happens, Spot howls. Spot owls.
It's like a robotic. It's like, it sounds like internet connecting a little bit.
Truly subtle.
Apologies, and I show everybody else.
Yeah, everybody quickly finds their way.
It's not intended to be subtle. It's intended to be we'd like not to be caught unawares again.
I'll endeavor to make sure I don't clasp my hands together, I suppose.
Incredible. If there's anything else you'd like to discuss, but yeah, the rings are handed out, I assume.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Oh, Spot, you're so lovely today. Aww.
I made an interesting introduction over the past day or so. It turns out, maybe those of you more familiar with the city as of late, may or may not be familiar with the Dark Daggers. It seems I've come in contact with a contact and happen to have a small bit of access to said group secondhand. Not much I can leverage them for, of course. I have no leverage, but an interesting group to have in our pockets, potentially for informational purposes.
Interesting. So, do you think?
Is anyone here familiar with the Dark Daggers?
Ryan can make a history check.
Yeah, anyone who wants to can make a history check.
Okay. Let's see.
Fuck.
13. Being from 19. What'd you get, Lois?
Oh, don't even.
Got it. Ludwig, because you are Carnathi and you have been largely dwelling in the upper echelons of society, DC is a little higher, so you and Lois don't know who this is. But Rowan, you've been here for a while, and you know who these are. The Dark Daggers are the major criminal syndicate of Onder. They are the big cheese. They are the mafia of Fairhaven. This is like Holden coming out and saying like about connection to the Dark Daggers. Like it's like me showing up being like, guys, I'm off D&D because I joined the Italian mafia. That's like big. That's like big news.
That's.
Rowan looks unsurprised.
Nice.
You've all met Pessel, and obviously Pessel has some unsavory contacts, and it seems that his unsavory contacts have unsavory contacts of their own.
Fascinating. Like Ludwig said, showing, looking like this, even though internally he doesn't know what exactly the Dark Daggers are.
Yes, of course.
Lois?
Oh, it was nothing for me. The shadowy doings are for shadowy doing people. It's the less I know, the happier everyone is because no spotlights land on them, and I think that's the preferred spot for somebody with that nom de guerre. Is they would prefer no spotlights. So the less I know, the happier everybody is.
I'll be checking in with a finder I hired before I left. I had them looking into the assassins that came after us, trying to retrace their steps. If they have more agents in the city, then I'm hoping to find them before they find us.
Cross, do you think that second attempt on your life was related to the attempt at the Olivier estate? Same group?
Not sure. Some of the marks are on display, and the average assassin keeps their face covered. But if I had to hazard a guess, I mean, what are the odds of two separate groups trying to kill us at the same time?
Well, with you being an ambassador for New Siri, I didn't know if that function might have engendered some attempt on your life.
Sure, no, that was the way I understood the question as well.
If you think that they're related, would you be willing to talk with there's a reporter who works for the Chronicle who is looking into the initial attack, and he's carrying that investigation back to some of his home roots in Sharn. If you think that information might be something that he might find useful, not necessarily for article purposes, but for investigatory purposes, I'm happy to give you an introduction. That may allow him to dig, deeper or faster.
Give me time to think on that. To be frank, one attempt was concerning, two has me a little bit rattled, and I'll likely be pausing my investigations into it for just a little while after I've spoken with my finder, since I might be poking the bear a little bit.
Well, I can understand that too. So, what do you think Lady Phiarlan is going to want to chit chat with us about this morning? Or perhaps we should just go find out.
Rowan, she is your friend. You've known her the longest.
We've known each other the same. Met her what?
Quiet spots.
Yeah, sorry. I met her what? Last night? 2 nights ago? I'm sorry, like a week ago? I've known Inara for a while, but we're meeting with the Baron, right?
True.
Yeah. Nah, I met her the same day.
Do we, before we go in there, I think there's been some, I don't know, I feel like I've sensed a lack of ease, a lack of comfort at how we've approached such conversations in the past. Is there an agreement that we want to have of some sort before we enter into this conversation about how we should conduct ourselves, or are we good to go in au natural, as it were?
Can we be nice? Like, can we agree she's on our side and,
Yes.
be nice? Cool.
Well,
all right.
that's the bargain that we've made. I don't see why we wouldn't behave accordingly.
Yeah, me neither.
Lady Decana, I'm always nice.
She winks at you, stands up, walks out, starts heading to the Baron's room, office, whatever.
Yeah. As a note for you, Rowan, it's something that I think I neglected in the downtime, but will be taken care of now. If it's all the same to you, your appointment with, let's see here, Kara Moreni, would be organized for this evening, if that works well for you.
That will be fine.
Okay, excellent. Sweet. So does everybody want to get up and go meet with the Baron of House Phiarlan?
Absolutely.
Yes. No time like the present.
Understood. All right. I will finish documenting all of our scandals later. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. You guys walk up to, the top floor, and your bodyguards will wait outside. These are sort of house matters. They will sort of wait outside the door carefully, and you will enter into the, indeed, office of Baron Elvenor Elorenthi de Phiarlan. but you can just call her Baron Phiarlan or Elvenor. I'm sure at some point she has expressed. We'll stick with Baron Phiarlan. Is probably what would be proper as of now. But her handout is there just as a reminder. You walk in, and the interior of her study is lovely. It is. There's plenty of papers around. There's bookshelves, as you might imagine. There's a desk, so on and so forth. But what is truly worth noting is that there are slightly elevated sort of steps into different portions of the room where clearly business and art are separated, if they could, by House Phiarlan. There is a place where the writing happens, the meetings are taken, and there's a place where even she perhaps practices her dancing. A large sort of circular portion where there's sort of like a rail for stretching, and there's a mirror, and there's a number of books around that look to be sort of books of poetry, books of fine writing and such. This is not just a office, but also a sanctuary where an entertainer might perfect their craft. And there is no better entertainer in all of Eberron, perhaps, than Baron Phiarlan, who sits poised at her desk, as always wearing an evening deep blue, beautiful gown, as always. Long black hair, sharp pointed eyes. She invites you all in, and she sort of stands as you all enter and says, "Good afternoon. It is good to see you all settling in so well. Has the demise been as inviting as we mean it to be?"
It has been the treatment of your house has been exceptional, Baroness.
Very glad to hear it. Please come sit or don't, whichever you prefer. But I shall, and she will get a seat.
And Rowan will sit.
Excellent.
Cross will sit for once.
Thanks.
Ludwig will stand. He's just feels naturally on his feet a bit to an extent.
Sure, absolutely.
I will sit comfortably.
Excellent. Yeah, there will be a chair for each of you if you wish to use it or not. Lois, was there a preference?
Oh, Lois is gonna sit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little feet dangling off the side of the chair.
Absolutely. And despite your stat recovery, which has taken place half a week ago at this point, there's still something there. You don't know what it is yet, but there's still something there. Some effect that hasn't gone away. You can feel it somewhere inside you. The Baron says, "Well, let us, how should I say, cut to the chase. You all have had a very trying couple of weeks, and I'm sure being here in the Demise, you've had no shortage of perhaps fluffy conversation, as that's what we specialize here at this particular Demise. So perhaps some directness might be appreciated, which I would like to give. First and foremost, I would like to compliment the initiative that you all seem to have begun to take in the forming of your own house. You have already claimed for yourself a name for your house. You have claimed for yourself a name for your mark, one very fitting of the current traditions of namings. And more so than that, since she sort of looks over, and her eyes kind of find the rings on all of your fingers, if you're all wearing them. Presumably you are. And she says, and more than that, it seems having already created a house sigil. Very impressive initiative. Now, there are many traditions and many business statutes and such that the dragon-marked houses abide by, and I would recommend. Every house does things a little bit differently, but we would wish to guide you on this sojourn in such a way. So, first and foremost, which is perhaps the fun part, is the ranks I would suggest you all assign to yourselves at this time. I've heard of your goings-on and how you interact. It sounds to me that you have not amongst you someone you would designate as the leader, someone that you would make the patron of your house. And if that's not the case, that is perfectly fine. This is not one I would impose upon you now. If that person emerges later, fantastic. But I will pose it to you. Is there one amongst you that you would consider a leader, or do you consider yourselves more of a tribunal?
We have functioned as a tribunal so far. We have not. We would have to come to a decision about who would be the nominal leader for appearance's sake, at the very least.
Understood. Then may I recommend...
Holden will raise an eye. Will kind of not so subtly raise an eyebrow at Rowan.
His eyes will sort of scan across the room. Says, "Oh, a tribunal."
At a hint. It feels like a hint.
Well, I don't know. I would say that, in my estimation, someone has taken the lead to some degree to this point. I don't know that I would call it an equally contributed tribunal thus far.
Well, I'm a latecomer, relatively speaking. But in what I've seen, as far as an effort to establish and do what is best for this fledgling organization, I would have to agree with Holden that Rowan does seem like the person who has kind of put the best foot forward. She had us all at the Olivier estate. She introduced us to the member of and Lois will gesture to the Baron Phiarlan. Introduced us to her personal friend in House Phiarlan, and fostered this very relationship. That seems to me like the role for that lead position, as best as I understand how those things work. At least from a public face, how we function internally is, however we function internally. But for public facing material, I think that, well, I've said what I think.
Simply amusing. I wouldn't want to thrust it on anyone. I just mean that Lord Drager's a little out of his geographical location. I personally am not nearly caught up enough on the workings of the houses. Cross does his cross things, and Lois, as she mentioned, is relatively new to the group. Not that we've been around all that long to begin with, but she's still kind of getting her footing, especially after her.
And so, my relationship with the Chronicle puts some very specific limits on what I can do, particularly in a public space.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Yeah, I will say, Lois, it is you probably, but certainly your co-workers are surprised at your current position due to the closeness to the subject matter. It's very surprising. To become leader of this house, you think would be very much stretching the faith of the Chronicles board of directors.
Anyway, I didn't mean to put Mr. Kenneth on the spot. We certainly don't have to come to any sort of any sort of agreement, right here. I'm just saying that I myself wouldn't immediately dismiss the possibility that House Leora could indeed have a leader among us.
And I absolutely agree. And a public face versus how we react internally are two entirely separate things. If we want to behave as a board of directors internally, that's fine, but there has to be a chairman of the board. And I would agree with Holden that, no push intended, but Rowan, I think, has demonstrated those attributes, in my estimation, based on my limited experience with y'all.
I honestly, and I don't mean to dominate the conversation, I honestly couldn't agree more with Lewis's take that along the ideas of a board of directors, and along the idea of a public face. It doesn't have to be Mr. Kenneth. It doesn't have to be now, but I do like that model. The idea that there's sort of a more quiet internal board of directors, and externally there's an individual face that can address the outside world. I think that's a good model to go with eventually, regardless of who it is or when that happens.
Lady Phiarlan puts her hand up and says, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Rowan. It seems you have something to say, and I will allow you to speak, but if I may interject quickly. It is excellent that there is so much faith being brought forth to an individual. I would advise Rowan, for one, to take time to consider the responsibility that may be placed upon you. If you intend to accept this, perhaps it may be good to speak to another Baron of what would be involved. But for the rest of you, to all of you, in fact, it would be good to remember what that entails. You would be entrusting, hypothetically, Rowan, with the future of House Leora, perhaps until the next one is assigned after her death. Hopefully, and she knocks on wood, a very long time from now. But nonetheless, the person you select to be Baron will be entrusted with the vision and the future of the entire house, and be granted the respective leader. So be cautious with who you select. Take some time to consider, not something to be done in the moment. But very good to hear that there is already confidence behind it.
What I was going to say is that I would like to consider the candidacy. But before I committed to it, maybe I could talk to someone and learn a little bit more about the specifics of the responsibilities, because this is, yeah, it's a title, but it's a responsibility. And I have not, I mean, none of us have done this before, right?
I certainly haven't.
Neither have I.
Yeah, but I feel like I could do it. I would like to learn more about it if there are no... And she will look across and Ludwig and like, do either of you outright object at this moment?
Not at all.
Okay.
No. Why would I? My only objection is that we shouldn't decide on it immediately right now.
I would just like to know that no one objects to my pursuing it, learning the responsibilities, etc. I don't want to spend an awful lot of time learning a whole set of responsibilities to find out that it was a no from the get-go, right? I just want to know that we're open to the possibility. We are not deciding anything at the moment. That's all.
It never hurts to learn additional stuff.
Cool.
I mean, I'm sitting in on oration classes
Yeah, I heard about
specifically.
that.
It's a fantastic opportunity because, the written word I can manage. The spoken word is not necessarily my forte.
To answer the question, no, I don't have an objection.
Thank you.
Well, one thing that is certain is that all of you, cumulatively, at this moment, will be deciding the future of your house, which is why I think it would be most fitting, and I will have, we will talk about paperwork. And in fact, I'm thinking that we should find a minister to deal with such things. But regardless, as an important point of notice, all of you should perhaps assign to yourselves the titles Viceroy as of going forward. You see, in the other Dragonmarked houses, the Council of Viceroys are those with the power to elect or dethrone a current Baron or Baroness. So, considering your current station, it would, I think, perhaps be the most fitting titles and something fun, I think, about this little journey to officially receive titles within your own house. What do you say?
That seems fitting. Oh,
Absolutely.
and Holden.
Seems exciting. Yes.
Going forward, if you gotta lady me, can we do the Lady Leora?
Certainly.
Thanks. Also, Rowan is fine. I like Rowan. Nobody calls me Rowan. It's my name. You are, it's at least behind, whatever, Just, if you gotta lady me, let's do it up.
Understood.
Please.
Understood, Lady Leora.
It is that, and the naming conventions we will get to as well, which is also, I think, a fun portion, possibly, of this aspect. But congratulations on your new titles as Viceroys. You are now the Council of Viceroys and will determine the future of your Dragonmarked house. Congratulations. Not that it's necessarily my power to assign, but
Doctor,
I'm glad we got
doctor,
that figured out.
doctor, and doctor.
And Super Doctor.
Right. I had thought that it might be good to bring up the idea of, well, there may be other people out there with your dragon mark. Lois appeared at what works, which means there may be others out there. And I intend to seek them out because the best thing you can do right now is try and grow your house. We'll talk about that in due time also. But I bring it up for the point of that it may be good to assign a minister. I find that when viceroys meet, things take a long time. It may be good to have someone who is sort of a mediator of discussion so you don't get lost in the woods. It is very, very, very common to happen in meetings of the Dragonmarked houses. So, a suggestion, a light suggestion, if you wished. We would be happy to try and help you with this. Now, enough about logistics. Let's get to the real brass tacks of why I have brought you up here. You are under no obligation to do anything for House Phiarlan, much as House Phiarlan is under no obligation to help you with anything, but here we are. We've given you a place to stay, and so on and so forth, and the expectation was a hope of mutual aid. Does that stand?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, so far as I'm concerned.
Excellent. Well, I had wanted to perhaps introduce you all to the power and the art of diplomacy slowly, but an opportunity has come up. One that is, I think, a little bit more of being thrown into the fire and seeing how you thrive, and it is an essential one that needs doing. Admittedly, we have not tested you ourselves to see how you function, but, well, the best diamonds are made under pressure. So, there is something that must be brought to your attention regarding your patron house. We are not just a house of entertainment. This is a secret, well kept by House Phiarlan for a very long time, entrusted only to our most closest allies and the most respected business individuals in Corvair. House Phiarlan has a secondary function. The Hydra has 5 heads, and that is what the world sees, but it does have a 6th that hides away. We also work in espionage. Believe it or not. You will believe it soon enough, one way or another. I tell you this as a sign of trust to all of you, confidence to all of you. We have a lot that we're helping you with, and now you have something of us. And it will also explain what it is we want you to do. You see, we've been staving it off for a while, because, well, who better to mitigate it than your own house, potentially? There is an auction, a secret auction that we have set up. And it pertains, interestingly enough, to all of you and your pursuit of the Golden Dragon mystery. We have come into information regarding the whereabouts of Kara Irvath. And we intend to sell it to the highest bidder. Now, aid us, go to this auction, ensure that it all goes well. Make sure that there's a good payout to the right people. And that information may be yours as well, or at least the news of that information coming to light will be yours as well. You see, everyone wants to be the house or the person who has found Kara Irvath. It's a great title to hold, and someone will have it. So know that we are interested in pursuing the Golden Dragon mystery. Now it's just a matter of who gets to take the victory, so to speak. So, a lot of information. More will follow. But let's begin. Questions?
So, you have the information of where Kara Irvath may be.
Indeed.
And you're selling it at auction.
Secret auction, yes.
Do we know who the guests will be?
I do.
May I know who the guests will be?
Soon. I wish to discuss what has already been said a little further before I proceed.
Very well.
As you can imagine, this is a lot of sensitive information I have shared with you all, and I want to see where we're at now.
So the play here is that House Phiarlan sells this information to the highest bidder. The highest bidder takes it to the Ondarian court and claims both the glory and whatever reward. And in the meantime, behind the scenes, House Phiarlan is rewarded to begin with for selling the information in the first place. Am I understanding that correctly?
Indeed. We will be rewarded in reputation secretly.
Sure.
And, of course, with a great fortune of information. Or, excuse me, a great fortune of wealth.
Is there... Obviously there's gold and renown to be made from selling it to the highest bidder, but I have to wonder if there isn't any semblance of desire for the highest bidder to be a certain someone or some ones.
Well, what can be said is that there are certain individuals out there who don't want to be the successful purchaser of this information. You can be assured those people have not been invited to the auction.
Have the invitations already gone out?
They have.
Interesting.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say an invitation is the same as a desire for someone to come out, to leave with the information. That's more a gesture of goodwill than anything else. It would be rude not to invite some. So is there someone you would like to be the winning bid or not?
It does not matter to House Phiarlan, because those who truly understand how Covert works will know it was House Phiarlan who founded the information. And we will also get the credit from those who matter.
I'm not
Yes.
necessarily asking this in terms of whom we receive credit from. I'm saying who's... I suppose another way of putting it is there a particular set of hands you want who will act on the information?
We have taken into estimation those we have invited to the auction, what it is they would do with that information. And the fact of the matter is, nobody will attempt to conceal it, because it exists. Someone could surely show up to the auction, purchase the information, and not share it with anyone. But my question would be, what's stopping House Phiarlan from attempting to sell it a second time? Whoever gains the information will use the information.
So,
As for if there's a very specific group of individuals we prefer, the answer is no.
so our part in this would be to assuage concerns about that future possibility and to ameliorate any cross competitor infighting.
Indeed. Very perceptive, Lois. You would be in charge, so to speak, of the auction. And it would be on to you to make sure that the auction goes well, that security is organized well, because, well, only House Phiarlan will be administering the security. We will not be relying on Kondarek or Denise. It would be playing it a little too close to the chest if we allowed them to manage security. So our agents would be under your command. And indeed, we would wish for you to ensure that there's no underhanded subterfuge. It would be very bad taste if representatives from one faction were to, say, slaughter another. It wouldn't look good on House Phiarlan, you understand?
Did you have a preference on how you wanted the bidding process to work?
Not
I
particularly.
would. I've heard of the public auctions that are done for artwork and things of that nature, but it's also not uncommon for the bidding to be silent, quiet bids, and that sort of thing. I don't know the relationships between your house and the people that you've invited to know which you would have a preference for.
There is no preference. Who we have invited are the people that we find most interested. We would be happy to give you, indeed, the guest list so that you know who is going to be coming, though I expect when they arrive they will have no interest in expressing their affiliations. So perhaps that would be an interesting element. If you all had intentions in influencing the auction somehow, it wouldn't be unimpressive to see how you go about that. Think of this as an opportunity to be creative. We have picked the location. We have picked the manpower to ensure that you have the staff that you need. The actual organization of the auction, leave in your hands. Yes, Viceroy Cross.
On the subject of influence in the auction, all of us here would, I'd say, be able to persuade or dissuade an individual to bid or not bid. Would there be any desires for us to incite more bidding?
Oh, that was my question.
Stole from a thief, Cross. Good job.
Of anything, I would say that is the main point of the task, is to just see how much you can earn, House Phiarlan. Oh, I assure you, there's something personally in it for all of you. You see, a house isn't a house if it doesn't have at least 2 locations under its sway. The first is in the Dragon Tower of Shar, where all the Dragonmarked houses have an enclave. And the second is to actually have a personal citadel that you consider your central headquarters. Now, House Phiarlan is, of course, depending on how well the bidding goes, will determine how fine an estate we are willing to impart upon you. But that will be your reward. We would be happy to construct for you either an enclave in Shar with the rest of the dragon-marked houses, as would be proper of a new house, of any house, or an enclave in a place of your choosing that would serve as your primary citadel, as your headquarters in Corvair. That will be your reward, and the quality of such a place will be determined on the quality of your success. So consider it your commission. If you have a very good commission, you'll have a very good enclave.
Okay. I think our next step would be to get the
Guest list?
classic journalist questions, the who, why, what, where, and how. And from then we can formulate a plan for how to orchestrate the auction and that sort of stuff. Do we have a timetable to cover the when part of this?
Yes. The auction... Oh, close, but not quite yet. I must ask before we proceed on to the finer details indeed. I have shared with you very intimate information regarding my house and trust. I hope it is understood that this auction is not something for the public to know about, alongside my house's status in the espionage business. Does anybody have any concern keeping this a secret?
No.
Well, I can put the largest public issue to rest. The Chronicle has no need to know about these particulars. And
Yes.
if it, as a token of my own personal goodwill, what was demonstrated for the Andurian court was very friendly. It is not the only scope of power. There is a much more pejorative resting of temporary control that's associated with this new mark. That doesn't bend the will, but forces it in a very limited duration. But that is not part of public knowledge either. So we have traded secrets.
Excellent. We have indeed traded secrets. And I will be blunt. Just for insurance sake. House Phiarlan has been doing this for as long as House Phiarlan has possessed the Mark of Shadow, thousands of years. And as of recent, it is to us the West, but nonetheless, almost every nation to the west of Corvair relies on our services and is aware of our services, and none of them have brought it to light. I must admit, it would be tremendously embarrassing for the house that would reveal this most important secret to the public, because it would compromise the spycraft of many nations. So divided, it would be a shame if they were united in a single cause against a single enemy.
Heaven forfend.
Indeed. Please excuse the threat, but one must be careful.
If I may say, it seems as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, that our objectives here are to run the auctions and make sure it goes off without a hitch, and optionally, but preferred, to try to make sure that you get the best price possible.
I would say the main objective would be to make sure that we get the best price possible. Also, of course, indeed, to ensure the security of all the guests. We wouldn't want people thinking that House Phiarlan is unreliable to run such things. Be assured you will not be there alone. I will be sure that there is a master of our, let's call it our guild, that will be running this operation. And they will be there to advise. You will take command, of course, but they will advise. So you will not be on your own. Now, indeed, let's get down to the brass tacks of the details. This auction will be taking place in Karnath, in Rot, specifically, the capital of the nation. We will discuss that more further, but a very private location, has already been selected and is being prepared as we speak. It simply awaits House Leora to come in and ensure everything will go well. There is finer details about the number of members of security, the minister's presence, so on and so forth. That information is not left to me. That is left to someone else. But they will be in your hands. This will indeed be your test. There will be a minister awaiting you at the Lightning Rail station upon your arrival. The guest list is as follows. I don't know specifically who's coming, what specific representatives there will be, nor would I expect anyone to disclose, but the following factions have been invited. First and foremost, of course, is the Eyes of Onder. Very desperate for the information. The Spy Master does not, I'm sure, wish to be one-upped at this stage. The next is House Deneath. The next is House Lyrandar, surely desperate to recoup some of their reputation. House Tharashk, always wanting to one-up Adani's Inquisitors. Have I missed
Kenneth?
Yes, indeed, Kenneth has been invited. They themselves need to recoup some of their reputation. That is to mention that all of House Cannith and its 3 parts have been invited, so they will surely be competing. And that's
And if
that.
nothing else, it'll drive up the bid price, because if it's public.
Are the other guests aware of who else is invited?
No.
Interesting.
Only House Phiarlan, of course, those trusted with this level of information, and yourselves are aware of the guest list.
Interesting.
The the master of the guild that you will be meeting in Korth also has the guest list. He is privy to all information that you will be privy to.
So again, just to be clear, the Eyes of Undair, Deneth, Lyrandor, the Thrashk, and of course the Cannith.
Yes, Cannith,
All of Cannith.
East, West, and South.
Oh, so that's 8. 8 of them.
Indeed. I will also let you know that there is a specific reason why we chose Rot. As it's been previously described, as far as Honora's told me, House Thurani, the other House of the Mark of Shadows, functions out in the east of Corvair. The location is technically in their jurisdiction, so there is, of course, an intended slight to the house. Which is to say that if House Thurani attempted to be there, they are by under no circumstances to be harmed, but they are politely shown. You can expect no violence from them as well.
No violence, but you expect them to make trouble.
Perhaps. I will also tell you this. There is a chance, a very small one, but yet a chance, the Blood of Vol might be interested in sabotaging the auction, as that is where we acquired the information from.
You acquired it from the Blood of Vol.
Indeed we did.
The official faction of the church.
Well, now unofficial religion of Karna, yes.
Church isn't the figurative, there are a lot of different factions.
Yes, of course. It was they who came to acquire the information, and I'm sure in due time I will share with you how. The important thing to notice is that they had the information. They were planning to use it similarly as we all managed here, how they want to use it best politically to their own ends. House Phiarlan borrowed it. She winks. And now we are selling it to the highest bidder. So, they probably won't be happy. They could be resourceful. They have obviously not been invited, but those would be my 2 warnings to you. House Thurani may be insulted and try and poke back. If they are found, under no circumstances are they to be harmed, and you can be assured that they will not harm you. There is no threat of danger from them, and there should be none to them. And the second is the Blood of Vol themselves. If they attempt to infiltrate, well, that's however you want to decide to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, discretion is held above all.
Understandable. Do we know? Might we know which faction of the Blood of Vol you got this information from?
Now that would be telling. As I said, perhaps we will expand further once the auction is complete, but for now, I think I'll keep that to myself.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
None that I can think of at this time, but when should we depart?
As soon as possible, I imagine you have a lot to do. Perhaps tomorrow morning?
We'll have to settle all affairs, but it could be doable.
There won't be much time for sightseeing when you get there.
Understood.
When you arrive, word will be sent out to, well, anybody interested in being a part of the auction.
Well, will our presence be noted there in Korth?
That is for your decision to make, but I would recommend that you keep House Leora a secret. Maybe be there in an unofficial capacity. It's your decision what you want to do. It's your house. That would just simply be my advice.
I can think of a few reasons, a few cover stories.
Yes, Viceroy Cross.
One of our... Fair to say, our absence will be noted here in Fairhaven. Will House Phiarlan perhaps be willing to excuse us, at least on behalf of those who were expecting us to be aiding in the investigation? Although I suppose those same groups might realize that we are aiding in the investigation, so to speak, when they see us at this auction.
It is well known in the Demise of Memory that House Leora is currently being trained in the power of oration and diplomacy. It simply wouldn't be proper to be seen in the public's eye at this time.
Very well.
Very well. I retract my query. I wouldn't want anyone to consider us rude is all for simply disappearing at such a trying time.
Of course. And we wouldn't want anyone to think that you're slacking off around town, going to dinners and such. So, you're in an intense training regiment right now, which would be expected. And that's not a lie either.
Do we have the luxury of a bit of time between the time that we arrive via the lightning rail and the time that the auction takes place? Time to set things up, as it were.
The auction is set to begin 3 days upon your arrival. If you should be ready before then, you may call it to come together before then. But it will happen at night. So if you are ready the moment you arrive, it can happen that very night. If you want it to happen on the second day, congratulations, it will. But it's on the third day that it will happen and no later. We wouldn't want to keep our clients waiting for too long. Everyone's very eager to get this information.
Sure. And I assume we'll know. Oh, these people will be present at the location. The people that are aware of the auction, and not people who are not to be made aware of the auction. Is that correct?
That is correct. Only those who have received information should be there. So
fantastic. So
that isn't to say that there is one representative from each house. They might have a little group with them, maybe their own personal trusted security, and that is all well and good and fine. Whoever wishes to come in can come in, so long as, of course, you deem it appropriate and not excessive.
Fantastic. I simply wanted to ensure that there wouldn't be any miscommunication about who we should and shouldn't approach about the auction itself.
No need to approach anybody. Those who need to be informed have already been informed, and they will be bringing themselves and whoever they deem necessary to be at the auction. It'll be for you to decide if when they arrive at the door, if it is in excess or not.
Fantastic.
Yes, Viceroy Rowan de Kenneth. De Leora.
You said that one of our responsibilities would be security. I am sure that Ludwig is going to want to be all over that. I am sure he will need a budget, yes? He will have things he will want to do. What does that budget look like? And how will he be able to acquire the things he might need for the defense of the place? Please, Ludwig, you, I don't mean to assign you anything. It's just that you regularly...
Spoken like a true leader, Lady De Leora.
a fine question. The budget, as you were, has already been assigned. We have already assigned agents of House Phiarlan who work in this area of the house have already been assigned a task. Your resources will be shown to you when you arrive. It will not be as substantial or as intense as some of the other Dragonmart houses who deal in security, but they will be exceptionally skilled in the art of, well, deception, misdirection, such. Perhaps an interesting challenge for you, Viceroy Erdrager, to Leora. We'll have to work on that name. But it might be an interesting challenge for you that you'll be running a security that's main forte is based on deception and misdirection and not strictly military prowess.
It will be an interesting challenge, certainly.
Indeed.
If I may put up for everyone's consideration, if we know that we have the 3 days, we don't have to take them all. But why don't we agree to at least wait 1 day? And here's my reasoning. I would like to give Ludwig all the time that he needs to check the security. And I wouldn't mind giving Holden an opportunity to listen around. Sometimes when things are coming, there'll be whispers ahead of time. I feel like you're probably the person who would know that or be able to get that kind of information.
That's why I was hoping for a little time in the area before the auction gets started. In my humble opinion, the more time we have to prepare beforehand, the more prepared we're going to be able to be.
It's always striking the balance, right? If you want to, it's the window, but 3 days is not that big of a time. So long as we can agree to a minimum of 2, if y'all want to take all 3, I think it's a good idea.
I think there would be a certain advantage if we can get what we need done in 2 and move the auction forward a evening that forces any opposition
to act on our timetable and not theirs.
Exactly.
Well, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there.
And
Okay,
indeed, you should cross that bridge when you are prepared. I must admit, I do have much to do today, but there is one final matter I do wish to discuss with you all, and this is to your benefit. After the auction is complete, I might advise that you visit the Bastion Fortress in Karnath, the home estate of yourself, Ludwig. I suggest this because of all of you, Viceroy Ludwig is the only one who has
reason to be there.
No, it's not what I was going to suggest. The only person amongst you who seems to have family not currently tied to another Dragonmart house, especially an influential and wealthy one. Since you are now a member of a Dragonmart house, Ludwig, you no longer would be considered Eardrager. You would be Viceroy Ludwig Drager to Leora. The question is the rest of your house going to follow you into the house of Leora? It would be of immense benefit if you could bring them in. Their familial wealth, not to mention their ability to produce offspring. It will be important that you begin to multiply, and there are many benefits to having such an established house to back up House Leora, because there will come a time when House Phiarlan will not be your patron any longer. You will need support and power. And this is a chance of diplomacy.
I have been thinking of my family.
they will need to make a decision to either disown you, Ludwig, or to follow you into the House of Leora. It might be beneficial for you to get ahead of that decision before it is posted to them.
Exactly. Perhaps I'll send a letter, and that'll be the cover story.
What does that...
But-
I'm sorry, I was just wondering. Please forgive my ignorance. Who is your family? Like, is your father the king, or...
My father is the warlord Eldrega of Bastion Keep in Karnath, just south of the Karnwood.
All right. So, I know what it would mean for him to disown you. What would it mean for him to become part of our house?
He could financially support us. He could.
Well, no, but I mean, what are the benefits? And she looks at the Baron and says, "This is a pitch maybe you've had to give, or maybe you've heard before. What are the benefits to him? Why does the warlord of Bastion Keep want to join 5 shitheads in Fairhaven?"
If I would guess, I would say my father's legacy. His son, he'd be the father of a man who started a dragon-marked house.
Is that important to him?
It is a fine point. I can think of 2 major reasons why he might wish to do so. The first of which is familial love. We cannot downplay the relevance of familial love.
Karnathis are in fact capable of that, to the great surprise of many.
From what we're told, indeed. The second being, dragon-marked houses, well, we do pretty alright for ourselves. And the Karnathi people are a warmongering people, you'll excuse me for saying so, but military history is deeply ingrained, and you are currently at peace. These are just suggestions. I do not know your father as well as you do, Ludwig, but one thing to point out is there would be significant detriment to him joining. For one, he would have to give up his title as a warlord of Karnath. For 2, he would have to give up your ancestral home of the Bastion Keep, as the Court edicts prohibit him from, well, owning such a place. They are not allowed to own lands and titles, so he would have to give all of that up. It is a hard sell, but if you could sell it, it would be of immense benefit to all of you.
I mean, would he have to... Look, hear me out, and I don't know if it's against the rules, and that's why we're here, right? But, like, we need protection right now. And House Phiarlan is very generous, and we love you, and we know that you are not going to be able to put the bill for defenders until Infinity is gone, right? We know that that's not going to happen. It's lovely for now, but eventually we're going to have to see to our own security, and if we're in diplomacy, it makes sense that we would at least have one section of our house devoted to security, even if it was just our security, right? Like, is that crazy? Isn't that the kind of thing that starts guilds? Is that a talking point? Is there an advantage in that?
It's difficult. As a dragon-marked house, if you were to start a security guild, I would find it tremendously difficult to compete with the likes of House Kandaric, House Deneth, House Madani, and so forth. House Phiarlan gets most of its protection from these guilds, as does every other dragon-marked house. Just as every dragon-marked house has most of their magical items created by House Cannith, and so on, so on. But where your talents, where your unique abilities would be in which we will get to eventually, there's much to be done before then, but creating a guild dedicated to diplomacy in whichever measure you see fit. You may make multiple guilds based on this ability, as all of us have done, we dragon-marked houses. But you'll need to take time to decide what services you'll actually want to provide. You must use the power of your mark to your advantage in creating a guild. The reason why Dragonmark houses are set apart from the others, especially their guilds, is because no one can do it like they can. Because we have an edge no one else can fill.
So do we have organizations that are not guilds? That are devoted simply to the running of our company? In other words, like private security, not like we're selling security to someone else, but like we have a group that ensures our security. Does that make sense?
The answer is yes, but I would also ask you, how would your security guild, that is, well, the mark of diplomacy is subpar to supply with magical power, how do you intend to compete with Kandaric,
I'm
Denise?
not planning to
Donnie?
compete with them. This is something internal. Never mind. It's not going to work. I will stop pursuing it.
You may pursue what you please. As I've said, Dragonmarked houses all do things differently. So, perhaps something to pursue in the future. For the time being, maybe consider, while you have time, Lord Drager, how you intend to bring your family into the fold. It might be to your benefit. And what you have to offer them. Perhaps titles is always appreciative. You will need somebody to run your guilds. Perhaps the position of High Seneschal might be quite beneficial or shiny looking to the Warlord, as an example.
It's certainly quite a lot. It's not something I ever expected asking my father, nor the rest of my family. I have brothers, as you all should know.
Those are familial politics that I will leave in your capable hands, Viceroy Ludwig, as you know your family better than I'm sure anybody at this table, no matter how much information can be conjured. Perhaps you might decide now is not the right time to contact your family. Perhaps that time is later. Perhaps you wish to get ahead of it. I don't know. You are the Viceroy of the House of Diplomacy. You will have to make that decision for yourself.
Clearly.
Very well. So, as a final reminder of what I'm asking of you, go to Rot. We will supply everything you need for the lightning rail. Make contact with House Phiarlan. They will make contact with you. Organize the auction. Ensure that all of its guests make it in and out safely. There is no unwanted infiltrations. And that the information is sold indeed to the highest possible bidder. If all that is done well, that'll determine how well the keep is that we will be, enclave we will be building for you. And then, if you all deem it the right idea, perhaps make your way then to Bastion Keep to secure a larger portion of your house for yourself.
I see. Last question, and then I'll be done.
Yes.
Our guests, the one who eventually does buy the secret to Kara Irvath, do they expect the Ems to just sit on this information to bribe the courts of Andair, or will they be going after her themselves?
They are free to use the information however they see fit. All our business is to sell the information, not to decide what is done with it.
Very well.
I have a question. I understand that this auction is secret, and the information, how it is gathered, and ultimately how it's used is outside of purview. The question is, how beyond your your generous offer of construction, how does this endeavor provide us an opportunity to build the name for House Leora, to garner future contracts? Is it something that can be publicly put out once whatever the utility of that information is been made use of by the persons not necessarily pointing to House Phiarlan as the procurer of that information, but House Leora as the provocateur of the auction?
No one is to know if the auction ever took place. Even afterwards, it diminishes the credits of the person who purchases the information. They're not only purchasing information, but the opportunity
the bragging rights associated with it.
Indeed.
I understand.
Now, it is a very good question, Lois. I have disclosed that House Phiarlan will be privately earning a name for themselves. If you wished to present yourselves to the auction, then similarly, your name would travel around. It is well known that House Leora is being founded by House Phiarlan. Those people who run the world. If you want them to know House Leora had a hand in it and ensured its smooth running, that is entirely within your purview.
Yes, Lois, I was thinking the same thing. The entire world, the courts, whomever won't necessarily know that we had any hand in the auction that they didn't know existed, but the people who are present will.
Those 7 people would.
Yes, and
No
they
one's
may
shared with their barons.
they may be able to show us favor in ways that don't indicate why they are inclined to show us favor.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just trying to understand how we're going to open the business so we are not reliant solely on House Phiarlan, that we can eventually stand on our own. So I'm just trying to understand how to piece that together.
It's my impression that people who would be involved in dealings such as these highly value confidence and discretion, and that may be something they're willing to pass on in future circumstances.
That's fair.
I can assure you that if you present yourselves at this auction, it will not be well known or spread in any capacity that you were there to the public. To do so would be spreading information of the auction, and no one would wish to have it known that the auction ever took place. It benefits no one to see House Phiarlan shown to the light. There is a second point I'd like to bring up. Indeed, if all goes well, House Leora will gain clout with the barons and those of relevance and begin to see our capability very early on, which could be of immense benefits. But there's a flip side to that. If things don't go well, if there is danger, if there is incompetence, they will see that as well. If you disguise yourselves, if you don't present yourselves, any errors in this early time in your house will be laid upon House Phiarlan, which we're willing to accept. We took on the responsibility of being our founding house, and we will take on the responsibility. So You must decide for yourselves if you do indeed wish to present yourselves to those present. Could be of great benefit, but could be of detriment as well.
Better if it goes wrong.
Benefit if it goes very well, detriment if it goes wrong.
Is the exchange of the information and the payment to take place at the auction itself, or?
No, that will be organized separately between whoever wins the auction. House Phiarlan will ensure that handoff is done well. We want you at the auction because you are the House of Diplomacy. So that is what we need you for most. When it comes to secret trading of hands, when it comes to money and information, we can handle that ourselves just fine.
Sure.
Might I ask what form does the information take? Is it a report? Is it a map? Is it a person who is witness and retains all of that information? Is it some arcane tidbit
I will let
that
you know when the information is used by the seller. Once that has been utilized, I'd be more than happy to disclose the secrets of how we obtained it and what form.
I'm not concerned about the how. I'm concerned about safeguarding the what.
It's not our
If
responsibility.
if it is a bunch of paper
It will not
that
be
has one set of issues. If it's a person who has memorized all of that information,
I understand. It will not be presents. We will handle the trading of information in whatever form that takes. All
Okay.
we require of you is the auction and the securing of the greatest bid. We will handle the transaction itself.
Okay. Well, I can't think of anything else. Probably should go pack.
Indeed. Well, thank you for your time. And if I might say, perhaps, Lady Rowan, this might be an opportunity for all of you to test out the idea of, well, this potentially elected Baron. So decide for yourselves on the lightning rail how you'd like to move forward, but I might encourage that opportunity to see how that works in the group dynamic. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I have other meetings today, and I wish you the best of luck with your auction.
Thank you very much, Baron. Thank you very much for your time, Baroness. I give her a bow and I open the door and let everyone out.
Cool.
And once everyone's outside the room, and I close the door and say, "We all need to talk now. Come on."
All right. Well, why don't we go to a break first?
Thank you.
We're about halfway
so
through
intense.
this. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we will figure out how we're proceeding.
Thank you.
Josh? It's like I'm not worried about it right now. It's not awesome. All right. No, I'll have. I like the other two as well.
How's everybody doing?
All right, I'll get back to it when everyone's back. Got it. Just waiting on Ludwig. Got it. Got it. Cool, and good. And also, kudos to everybody picking up the naming conventions so quick. The namings and title conventions very smoothly. Good job.
And by the way, Dave, sorry for interrupting earlier.
It's fine. I get asked like questions directly, and there's been a few times where it's been like just leapt right over before I've even had like a word, and it's kind of at that point I'm asking them, why are you even talking to me?
Yeah.
So you know,
keep an eye on that. Yep, absolutely. But yeah, cool job on the names. If anyone, you guys pretty much have got it down. Cool, beauty. So I know you wanted to talk, Ludwig. You're like, all right, everybody, quick conjure. But we did just sit through a bit of a meeting, and there's going to be lots of time to talk on the lightning rail. Okay. So if it is to the favor of everybody, maybe we go to travel preparations and final meetings and on there before your little hiatus. Does that sound favorable?
Yeah. Okay. Let's. We can do that. I just wanted to ask everyone a quick question. I just wanted to ask everyone if they would be okay with me sending a message ahead to my father, saying that we will be arriving within the week.
It's your family business. I can't tell you what to do.
It would probably be a good move, Ludwig. Like, just as a general etiquette standard, like, it is polite to arrive announced as opposed to unannounced.
Okay. I'll go out of my way to head to the. I'll have House Civic Center sending.
Sure. Do you want to just? Yeah. We'll go around the epistolary. Do you want to just do like the sending? Their sending stones, basically.
Yes, basically just straight up sending like, hey, heads up, last minute, but we'll come in to visit in a few days' time.
Okay. We will be visiting in a couple days' time. Or why don't we say House Leora will be visiting in a couple of days. So like 10 words.
Yeah, expect 5 guests. Okay, I'm thinking about what else I could say.
Well, this isn't like a classic sending. This will be from the message station.
Okay.
So every word will be worth a silver piece.
Okay.
So you wanted to send those 10 words, like we'll be arriving within the week, basically? For 2 gold.
Sorry for short notice. See you soon, Father.
Cool. Excellent. So that would be that'd be 18 words. So that ends up being I believe 36. Yeah, so that ends up being 36 silver pieces. So 3 gold, 6 silver.
Okay.
Yep, and the message is sent along. You have very politely informed your father of guests will be arriving. Okay, excellent. So there is stuff to be done. You may decide for yourselves if there's anyone in your security who is or is not coming. Cross, you are down a defender. If you wanted to, I think one would. I want to start with you actually, Cross. Would you want to procure a new defender, or would you want it to just be like one be sent along? Would you want to go to the guild and like hand pick one? What would you do with that situation?
I'm gonna DM you something, and you can give me like an answer.
Absolutely. This is coming on Zoom?
Yeah.
Cool. Got it.
You can see where my head's at from that one.
Yes. I see. Okay. Cool. So there's clearly some private stuff between me and Cross for a moment.
Yeah.
So me and you will handle that, and we'll circle back to that while we're having that private combo. Who else is there? You have an appointment, Rowan, to keep. But is there any preparations? Anyone would like to make any? Anyone you'd like to let know you're heading out of town? Any items you'd like to procure? Yes. Viceroy Holden du Leora.
Yeah. I would like to stop in and see Agatha.
Okay. She certainly is. You will find her at her usual haunt. She just kind of hangs around there. waiting for you, really. Kind of twiddling her thumbs a little bit. And she'll say, Mr. Lackyard, pleasure to meet you again. Did you have some information?
Yes, actually. I had promised you some more information, and it didn't come in quite the form that I thought that it was going to. But this next step is very, very important, and I want to make sure that you understand the message and the intention that we want to send along to Asha. So, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. While I don't have what seems like any new information to give you, I do have the following suggestion, which is going to take us to a different stage of our endeavor to get Asha recognized among House Lavender. So, the next step is exactly the same as the first step, but more important. I want Asha to continue, despite anything that he hears, and even more so in the face of anything that he hears to the contrary, to insist to House Lyrendar that there is nothing outside of the simple need for or desire for justice against the individual themselves. There's nothing to be gained as far as the Golden Dragon investigation goes by pursuing the the detention of Kara Irvath. So, I want him to not only be firm in his stance, but to be very vocal about that. Here's what I assume is going to happen. At some point, we may or may not see someone produce Miss Irvath, and there's going to be quite a lot of attention paid to that fact. House Lyrendar, depending on whether or not they're the ones that produce her, may feel very proud of this, or may feel as if they've been, as if they've missed out. Either way, that's going to be a step backward for Asha regarding what I've already asked him to say. However, that's in the immediate future. My suggestion is that he keep in mind that this step backward may indeed reveal itself to be a much further step forward in the future once the parties come to know or come to understand that this is not going to get them anywhere, at least as far as the investigation of the Golden Dragon goes. So I want Asha to remain very, very steadfast and vocal about his insistence that the Golden Dragon mystery will not be solved by the detention of Kara Irvath. Does that make sense to you?
So you want Asha to keep saying that Kara Irvath is a dead end, basically?
I do. It's not going to seem that way, and he's definitely going to face almost entirely opposition. Most of House Lyrendar will probably feel to the contrary. However, I believe in the end, he's going to be uniquely and singularly proven to be right along this route. Do you understand?
Make me a pretty high DC persuasion check.
Yeah.
You seem to be proposing what goes exactly against their goal.
Absolutely. Yep. Ooh, I'm gonna use my inspiration on that.
All right.
Oh no! All right, I got an 11. Even after using inspiration, I rolled a 3 and a 4.
Oh, that sucks. She kind of blinks, and kind of like you see she kind of thinks and immediately holding her like, nah, she's thinking way too hard about this. Like you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
she's using her brain. That's no good. And she kind of looks at you and says, I'm sorry, Mr. Lackyard. It I it doesn't sound helpful to us to go against our house. Why do you want us to go against our house? I mean, wasn't the whole point of this information was to help Asha excel in House Lyrandar, but you're wanting us to go
It
against
is.
them?
I want Asha to become a hero of House Lavendar, someone that stands out from the crowd, someone that the rest of the house looks up to and looks to for guidance and feels that they can rely on. That has not been the case historically thus far in your attempts to try and please the members of the house. So we have to pursue this through some unorthodox methods. And that's going to mean we have to find a way for Asha to stand out from everyone else. We have to find a way to make him seem uniquely knowledgeable and uniquely wise. In order to do that, we have to separate him from the rest of the group. And sometimes that separation can be a little uncomfortable.
She kind of thinks and goes, I'll speak to Asha about it. If that's what you suggest, Mr. Holden. Mr. Lackyard.
It may well seem easier in the moment. Let's wait for the moment to arrive. Give it some thought in the meantime, and tell Asha to use his best judgment, giving the information that he has available, both what's been released openly and what he's heard from me. Again, my suggestion is that he remain firm and vocal in his stance, that this will not the what do I want to call it? I guess just the detention and questioning of Kara Ervath is not going to lead to the solving of the Golden Dragon mystery. Keep that in mind. Have him keep it in his pocket if he wishes. I believe it's going to be easier in the moment than he believes.
Okay. Okay. I'll speak to him. Thank you. Mr. Lackyard, I mean, it wasn't information, but do I owe you money for this?
Let's, you know what, in the spirit of good faith, and so as not to give the impression that I'm taking advantage and providing what's admittedly seemingly questionable in advice, let's call this a prepayment of information for a later payment of gold. How's that?
Okay. Make me another persuasion check at disadvantage. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That is unbelievable. Okay. Well, the good news is on my fourth roll of persuasion, I did finally roll something above a 10. It was an 11. But at disadvantage, my third roll after a 3 and a 4 was a 2. So I got a 9.
Oh, sorry. She
unkind
looks at you
dice tonight.
Unkind dice. She looks at you and is like, well, okay. Well, thank you. I will, I'm going to go to the Civis messaging station right away. Thank you. Okay. And she'll kind of stand up and she'll make her way out. Yeah.
All right.
We'll see how that
fine.
goes.
Yeah.
But you
she either will or she
clearly-
won't.
Yeah. You're pretty sure that like this is a hard sell, and you don't know if she is the same comprehension of the long play as you do, and you're like, we'll see if she does it.
Right. That's fair. Yep.
Okay. Sweet. Well, why don't we swing around? I'm getting your messages there, Cross, which is a fine point.
I
Okay. Who's up? Who has stuff to do around Fairhaven before you're shipped off to war? Yes, Lewis.
Lois wants to scoot by the paper.
Okay.
And have intentionally overhearable conversations with her editor.
Okay.
And with Kala.
Mm-hmm.
To explain that members of House Leora have been requested to undergo some training which will keep us out of circulation for a week or 10 days. So if you don't hear from us, this will be why. She's intentionally doing this in a spot there where that can be publicly overheard by other reporters and staff.
Got it. And you're sorry, just one more time. You said that sorry, you're telling them that you're just like, I missed that part about the actual where you're going.
House Phiarlan is putting us through some intensive training, so we're going to be unavailable for a period.
Understood. You're selling the same information. Cool.
Yes.
And so you do without too much issue. Your editor certainly doesn't see the need to close the door for that. If you speak of it, great. And she's like, yeah, okay, fantastic. And also hopes that you come back with juicy information, some juicy article for them about how that's all going when you get back. Definitely expresses that. Okay. Understood. Okay. Cross response coming in. I guess two. Sorry. It's done. Okay, cool. Who else? Who else has got stuff they want to do around Fairhaven? Ludwig.
Yeah, two things. For one, I just leave a message for. I try to privately leave a message for Lady Madani saying that, well, we're going to be out of town for a while. There's some family matters I need to wrap up, as well as some matters for House Phiarlan. So, I think for House Leora.
So you're telling her that you're going out of town?
Yes, out of town for a while. We'll be back as soon as we can. But
okay.
It'll be I would not be surprised if we're gone for 10 days at the very least, potentially at the least.
Sure.
And I will also make and once I send that message to her, I will also make my way to try and catch Rowan.
Okay. Lady Rowan, as you're packing your bags, you'll be visited in your room.
Yeah, can I have a moment?
You know, too. What's up?
Thank you. Remember that conversation we had earlier about could you somehow create this collapsible weapon somehow? But then you had the idea of uh and about
Yeah, no,
prosthetic.
it's better. Yeah, no. That was a squirrel. But actually, no, we could do a like an interdimensional space kind of thing. I think it's what we decided on that would allow him. It was like a
Exactly.
quiver, but we could alter it to be for the. Yeah, no, I got you hooked up. I could do that for a day. Do we want that now?
I was actually gonna ask for something else, but that would also be nice. Could you? My father, you see, he is a warlord. He is a veteran of the last war, like myself and my brothers. And well, before he had me and my brothers, he lost an arm in the last war. I know this is literally the last meant thing, but if you knew how to make or acquire one at this unfortunately very late hour as a gift for him, I would be very thankful and would help House Leora perhaps quite a bit, at least create a good first impression.
I feel like that has some potential. I like that. Is he built like you?
But he's a bit broader than me, but he's advanced in age. He hasn't fought in a while, but he's still stronger than most men his age, even though he only has one arm.
Yeah. So, how long would it take? But take something cool, like that repulsion arm that we were talking. Like, what would that bad boy?
That is a very rare magical item. The super duper rock'em sock'em robot arm.
Look, I'm just curious.
Yeah, of course. But a standard prosthetic arm would be a common item. It wouldn't be terribly difficult for you to produce.
One with an arm blade would definitely remind him of the younger days. He would actually think that was quite cool.
I mean, are we courting this guy? Because if we're courting this guy, it's got to be cool. Like maybe it doesn't have to be the repulsion thing, but it's got to be. We gotta. Plus,
if you want to make a good
engineering
advance,
something, it's got to put my name on it.
If you wish to, if House Leora wishes to create a good impression with him, this would be certainly one way to begin it.
You know, I was gonna make earrings for us all, but this might be the better option. All right, so what do I need to make this thing?
By the way, Ryan, did he lose his left arm or his right arm?
He lost his left arm.
He lost his left arm.
Yep.
I just want to start. I want to start sketching it out, and then figuring what materials and things that I would need, so that I can procure them and bring them with me instead of going to a place where I don't know anybody and might not be able to bargain for stuff as well.
Understood. Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. Here is what I will do for you, Lady DeCaneth. I want you to roll me an Arcana check.
Can I help with that?
You can figure out how to do. Are you proficient with Arcana?
No.
Then no, you cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, make me an Arcana check, and we'll see how it goes.
That was a. Oh, come on. There you are. It's a 12 on the dice. 12 and 6. 12 and 6 is 18.
18. So, you are from House Cannith, which has its certain benefits to this DC. So, making a prosthetic limb, not a hard job to do. There are many ways to go about it. House Jarosco's been known to have some people who make it in which it, like, it generally looks identical because it's kind of like a bio magic arm for the most part. But Kenneth is a little more flair. So you could make like this kind of armored metal arm that affixes there excellently. The magical enchantment would ensure that it fits correctly. Now, as for the blade, it can be done, but only because you have worked on these before, way back when you were in the Fabricator Guild. I believe it was the Fabricator Guild. Warforged use arm blades. It is a specific enchantment only attainable and attunable by Warforged. However, you could build a prosthetic limb in the style of a Warforged arm. So it's still a prosthetic limb, but you could modify it to an extent that it should be able to receive a similarly common magical item known as the arm blade, which allows you to equip a one-handed weapon that will sort of like be like a hidden blade, essentially. So you could do this. You would have to produce 2 common magic items, but because you're House Cannith, and only because you're House Cannith, will I allow this.
Yeah, I can do it.
Rowan, you are a miracle worker.
Let me get to designing.
And a bit of advice about packing, and I'll spread word about this to everyone else, Ryan. Kornath is not on Dare. The fashion sensibilities are very different, to say the least. Do not dress flashy or loudly, I would say.
Rowan smiles at you. Noted.
Thank you. Thank you again. If you need any more help, ask me.
So each of these items is going to take 5 days to make at 50 gold piece pricing. Now, however, you can hire other workers to take down that time if you're willing. So, you've got time before you're going there in which you might be able to spend on this item or these 2 items. So in total, it's going to be 10 days at 100 gold pieces. Each one is half. You can reduce the time via hiring extra workers to work on it with you.
I'm also willing to throw my own money to help have this built.
That is to say that the arm blade itself will incur the additional cost of whatever weapon you intend to install on it.
Right, so how many people do I need? Like, I'm leaving tomorrow kind of thing? So would I need to hire 10 people to get it done today?
Well, only so many people can work on a single.
Right, like that's what I was.
Yeah. So, well, you got time. You're gonna have 3 days in for the auction, and frankly, you can hang around Korth until you're like that. That's the only time frame is the auction itself. If you wanted to hang around Korth and build these things, and then go to the Bastion, that's a possibility as well. But with that said, I would say it makes sense. I would say like 3 people an item, including yourself. So you could slash the time by 3. So it would be 2.5, and then it would become like you could get these guys done in a day and a half, less than a day and a half, if you were to hire
6 people.
If you were to hire, it would be 4. It would be 4 other workers, and the last one would have to be proficient in both Arcana and Smithing. You couldn't just hire a standard smith in a second, because you would essentially be working on one item, and then someone else would be working on the other, and then both of you receiving aid from 2 smiths each.
All right, absolutely. For the other skilled worker, is that the standard 2 gold a day? Is it more than 2 gold a day?
2 gold a day. These would be skilled hirelings. I think for the magic, I'm gonna say 4 gold for the person who would be like the main architect of the second item, and that is to ensure that you're getting someone probably from House Cannith, right? probably like another fabricator to work on it alongside you, so that they know what they're doing. They're following your schematics, but they will be able to follow them well.
All right, so we'll be hiring 4 people at 2 gold, and we'll be hiring 1 person at 4 gold.
Yeah, and you should be able to have this done in a day and a little bit. So you're probably going to give them the pay for the 2 days.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah. Okay, let me see.
In fact, I'm going to say round it up to 20 and split the whole thing amongst them. So that puts us at 120 gold. Plus materials, and we will purchase materials before we leave town.
Okay, guys. So how much do we need for me?
We do not have to work out the math. If you want to say that we have it, Ryan, you can.
Yeah.
I know that nobody wants to.
Yeah. 2, 4, 8, 12, 16 plus the 8. It comes out to 24 gold for your hirelings.
Okay.
It'll be 100 gold for the actual creation. And last but not least, Rowan, what one-handed weapon would you like to be attached to this item?
What was his preference?
Have fun, Ludwig.
Oh,
Your
wow,
backstory.
Oh,
Was
wow,
he an
what is
axe
this?
man?
I would say it is his left hand, but I would say I think he's a bit of an axe man.
Oh yeah.
That is pretty wicked.
Mhm.
Yeah, fucking bumblebee shit. Just.
It really helps
Cool.
chopping wood for the winter.
Yeah, I guess so. What kind of axe?
Rowan twitches.
Rowan twitches. You want a battle axe, Rowan? Best in the
Yeah.
line? Yeah,
Yeah.
10 gold additional.
All right.
So your total price comes out to 134 gold pieces for this very cool hidden axe creation.
I'll take most of it on that. So 80. I'll take 84.
All right, and I will take the rest. So it was
50.
50 additional gold. From
150. You got 80. I'll take the 70 then.
He's covering 84,
Mhm.
so you just need to cover 50 gold.
Got it.
Beauty.
Done.
Cool. Materials purchased. Hirelings hired. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about the logistics of them following you around. We'll just say that at some point, as long as you give me the hours, I'll say that you can't do them while you're traveling. That's all I'll say. You can't do them on the lightning rail. You can't do them on the road. As long as you get them done in a city, we don't care about where the hirelings come from.
Okay.
Yeah, make
Awesome.
life easy on ourselves.
Yeah, I would
Cool.
design it, get the materials before we leave because I don't know where to find them in Korth, and I would make them when we get to Korth.
Beauty. I like the idea of your blade marks following you around, holding your steel ingot shopping bags.
Jun, 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 jun.
Holy shit, what is this all for?
I was like,
Incredible.
you expected being bodyguards? No, you're babysitters.
Yeah, they're bag boys is what they are. Incredible. So that's been Ludwig, Loa, or Rowan, your pickup stuff. Is there anything else for you, Rowan, before we get to your little meeting?
No, I do want to get those earrings, but I'm sure I can find them in Korth. That's a super common item. I feel like we can find them.
I will say if you want, again, make our lives a little easy on ourselves, we'll say that you can stop by the Fabricators Guild or some shop commissioned by House Kianeth and make the purchase.
Beautiful. Done.
They're common items. We'll call it I think they're go for 100 gold. Let me get back to you on that.
That's fine.
Just I'm always struggling to find
That can. I know you're about to go on vacation. I will make a note.
No, it's It's all good. I'll get you the price in just a moment. I just need to find it. That's all. Speak of the devil. Yeah, it's 100 gold. 100 gold for your earrings.
Okay.
Beauty. Was there anything else you wanted to do, Rowan, before your meeting this evening?
Nope.
Nope. No problem there. What about the rest of you? Holden, Lois, Ludwig, Cross. Anything else you wanted to do as preparation?
I advise everybody on the fashion choices, as I said earlier.
Got it. So to be specific, whenever you're advised by Ludwig, he would just tell you that it's very utilitarian, not flashy, very like basic wear. They don't believe in luxury very much.
Rowan will adjust all of her patterns and her shift weave accordingly, like the next morning.
That's also like if you're trying to blend in as a Carnathian, you know what I mean? So, but that's true. Yep. That's the advice. That's the advice. That's the fashion.
And I also give Holden the heads up that the laws in Carnath are much harsher. In Ondare, there's much less tolerance for crime.
Before we continue, Ludwig, why do you give that information to Holden? Why would you advise Holden specifically about crime?
I mean, he said he's in contact with the Dark Daggers. I think
that's a fair point.
He said that, one thing I could do is I could get out ahead and see what rumors there are on, and I assume he said maybe go into the criminal underworld, and like there's a criminal underworld in Carnath? Like,
no, yeah, you're all good. I've missed that fact. My brain, I was like, was that ever mentioned? I just wanted to make sure I was protecting our. But yeah, no, you're good. Sorry, my mistake. Please proceed.
I just give Holden the heads up that so he doesn't lose his hand if goes looking around the wrong place.
And Holden just smiles easily and says, I appreciate the warning. I am familiar with Carnath. Thank you.
Thank you. We can speak more of the train.
Okay. Sweet. I got two things of my own that need to be done for the party before you get on the lightning rail. First and foremost, Rowan to Kenneth. Rowan to Leora. That's going to take some getting used to. Rowan to Leora. You are going to meet up with our good friend from the Corenberg Chronicle. You are going to meet up with Cara Moreni. And Cara will... where are you guys going to meet? I'm going to say that you guys meet up at... because that's a little far away. Damn, why is the quality so bad? It's fine. Probably in House Jarosco, frankly. And she's going to say, thank you so much for coming. I actually got very lucky. I have a friend from Volcanics who happened to just be in town. So we're going to use the Jarosco services, of course, for inspection, if that's okay with you. And my friend is from the Arcane Congress, and he happens to be quite the lore master. So he might be the man the gnome to talk about this with, if that works for you.
Sounds great.
Excellent. And she will take you sort of into a side room. There will be a... they want to get in on it. Absolutely. There will be a member of House Jarosco present who will be sort of the medical bio side of the inspection. And then you see this other gnomish wizard who, despite Eberron being Eberron, looks like any wizard you've ever seen. He's got a pointy hat. It's black, but has like gold stars on it. It's actually like a very, very, very deep navy. And the rest of his outfit is, he's basically wearing like the wizard Mickey Mouse item. He's wearing that fit. And he goes, oh, good day. Yes, it's good to meet you. A pleasure. Yes. My name is Lord Master Uli Blackthatch. Pleasure.
Rowan de Leora, it's good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Yes. Well, let's put on the spectacles. Yes, let's take a little look here. And with this Jurosco assistant, there will be sort of an examination. Various spells will be cast in appearance, and all the while, sort of keeping your attention partially held away. Calla Moreni will just sort of interview you, and she will say, "So, I specialize in magical phenomena, and I have a couple of contacts across the nation, obviously, about such things. But none better a source of information than the source itself. So, what do you know, Lady Rowan, of the mark itself? Do you know much about its powers, how it manifested, the various members who hold it? Does it go to one race or another? Anything that you might know about the mark itself?"
We know remarkably little, and that is something that we are going to be correcting in the very near future. We had some things that, held us up.
Of course.
Now that we have safety secured, we have another matter, and that's going to be the first thing we'll get back. For now, I can tell you that the mark seems to make it easier for us to connect with people and have more meaningful discourse. And all right, so I want to think back on something, because Rowan had heard that I feel like Rowan had heard somewhere that there was something if the marks were like used together. And there was a moment that she and Holden were actually kind of working together. They didn't do anything other than cast their spells. But if I think back on that moment, did it feel like anything? Was it nothing? It was just like, eh.
Make me an insight check.
We didn't actually get to do the interrogation, so I don't know if... no. That's a hot 8, sir.
Hot 8. It was a while ago, and there was a lot going on that night. You weren't thinking about, like, if it was giving you a fuzzy feeling or nothing, unfortunately. You were a little externally consumed, and you were also having, like, hard PTSD flashbacks, so you were...
It was a night, yeah, no.
It could have been the trauma, is what you were feeling.
It could have been the trauma, actually.
Yeah.
But, and I will, I'll give her the example of what Holden had done in the Queen's court. Suggesting that the guard bowed to the Queen, and it being them coming to an easy agreement about it. But it not feeling like coercion. It wasn't like, I don't know, the vibe is just gentler.
All right. Boy. Understood. What about... I mean, we've all seen... you said House Leora. That's the name that you're all...
Leora.
And I read in the paper. Congratulations. We've seen many of you at the Court of Ondare. It seems to have a variety of individuals marked.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, a Warforged, which has never been marked before. It's a race outside of what I think many thought possible to mark. Very interesting.
Quite remarkable if you consider the implications.
Indeed. I'm sure it'll stir up a great deal of discussion. Maybe you might help a reporter out and see if you couldn't convince Cross for a similar examination. It would be interesting to see how that all interacts.
Above the table, do I recall him? I feel like I recall him agreeing to it already.
Um,
Did
Cross was asked about it, but I don't know if that was like within earshot of everyone.
I can't.
Yeah, you
Okay.
were at the regardless of whatever his answer was at the end of the table.
All right.
But
Rowan,
I will ask because for my own, getting things right.
Yeah.
Did you agree, Cross? I believe you did.
Cross rejected
Right.
the idea of any like being tested. Did not like
Right.
was not up for would happily answer questions, but wasn't willing to subject themselves to like poking and prodding.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much for reminding me. So the
Rowan's
statement still stands.
Rowan's answer would be, I don't want to answer for him, but
Of
I
course.
wouldn't be surprised to find him amenable to it. At least I wouldn't be I don't think he'd take offense if you asked.
I see. We had a discussion at dinner. He was open to, or they were open to, conversation, but they seemed disinterested in the poking and prodding. I believe the quote was. So, we're gonna try. Oh, a girl can try. She gets like a little lost and thinking about like blow this case wide open. She says, anyway, regardless, do you intend to seek out other individuals who may have gained your mark? We are aware that our very own Owasana sort of appeared out of Zalargo, who was nowhere near on there at the time of your own reported marking.
Well, you read the article. Your very own Loasana actually sort of put out the signal,
Yes.
as it were. So, to answer your question, yes, we are looking for others. We're not necessarily like hitting the road and going on the highways and byways collecting
Of course.
folks, but yes, of course.
The call has been put out.
Absolutely.
Which leads to my next question. Is there in some way, you mentioned the dragon mark in the article as a way of identification. Do you believe that the dragon mark could help in some way? I guess I mean more in the sense of its magical phenomena, more than socially.
It's the thing about not having explored this mark as much as I would have liked. We don't know yet.
Understood.
I am looking forward to finding out, though. Like I said, that is going to be the first order of business once we are done learning how to be a house. That is what we have been doing most of lately over the last week or so, and we are told that is what we are going to be doing until we get it right.
Excellent. And of course, my associates are going to be more than happy to share the results of the tests. We're not taking tests on you and keeping it from you, so we'll be more than happy to share any findings that we may have, maybe help you out.
Absolutely, I would appreciate it.
Is there anything else you would like to add about your experience with gaining and then possessing the mark, especially considering you already possess one?
So I will talk about how I was first marked.
Okay.
And say, so for me, I was kind of marked the same way, which is unusual because my first mark came right after the morning, like it came from the trauma response to those first few days. In both instances, there was a tremendous release of arcane energy. This is completely unfounded. If this is something you printed, I would want you to say, this is unfounded. We're playing with theories because we have nothing. So in absolute theory, what maybe could it be?
Theoretical.
Yeah,
Clearly.
like those
Yes, of course.
that's sort of the realm that we're dealing with right now.
Of course. Understood. So the morning Kenneth, and we all know how you received the new mark. So
Tremendous
very
release of magical energy, connected to a extremely traumatic experience. I mean, I don't think you could call it an equation, but having been through the situation twice, I can tell you those are very general similarities. I'm not a great test. Like I am not I am a single test subject. I am not a good statistical, subset.
Very well. And last question. You obtained your mark of diplomacy from the Golden Dragon tragedy event. Do you believe that that tragedy is a key to understanding your own new house's test of Sybaris? Do you believe that it informs in some way how you would conduct your own test of Sybaris for the next generation whenever it arrives?
I hope not. I hope not. But that's always been the problem, right? Is how do you create just the right amount of pressure in a problem that is just difficult enough? I mean, careers are based off of this. We have not yet started considering putting together our test of Sybaris.
Of course.
I feel as though I need to be taking notes. Oh, we should be
we're
doing
of
this
course
too.
only speaking in theory here, but theory is exciting to many of our readers. Excellent. Well, I think that'll do for me. It seems that our companions are completing their examination. It is all, of course, theory at this point. We will let you know what the results are. And if you happen to learn anything about your mark, the Kornberg Chronicle would be incredibly happy to hear about it. I, specifically, would be incredibly happy to hear about it. So please let me know. If you would wish to contact me about the mark, please do so through the Kornberg Chronicle head office, and we'll ensure that you're not charged. We'll bill it to our main office. So if ever you wanted to pass along extra information, you can get in contact with me through them. And thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There will be some handshaking. There will be some thank yous. And you may all go your separate ways. And Carl will be happy to have her article, and perhaps you'll be very happy to have some test results regarding your mark from some experienced arcanists and healers. Excellent.
She goes out making notes. All right, so a test of Sybaris. How do we put that together?
Well, you got a long time before you don't even have any little chillins on the way.
Oh, right. No, but I also wasn't expecting to get a very reasonable that is worth writing down.
I mean, if we're talking about bloodlines, like, you don't exactly understand the full extent of the magical phenomena. For all you know, everyone in Leora, or everyone in the Drager family currently has the potential, if not a mark itself at this point. You don't know. Maybe a test of Sybaris is required. Who knows? Who knows? regardless, let us return. Cross, did you want to talk to Whispers before you
I
went?
did want to talk to Whispers.
All right, and so you shall. Um, he will come to you with results, and do you want the results here or privately?
I'll take him here. That's fine.
Okay. Whispers will say, I managed to backtrack them. It was more paper trail than actual tracks, which is annoying. But they were staking out the house for the manor for at least a couple days, if not more, longer, in one of the apartments across the street. And if I was following the paper trail, they seem to have taken the lightning rail from Sharn, which is unsurprising given where they operate out of.
Fair enough. Anything else?
I wish I had more than that, but that's what I backtracked them to. It looks like they came pretty directly. I was thinking about going to the lightning rail border between Braylon and Ondare and seeing how they actually got across the border. But they had tickets for steerage, that's all I know.
The apartment itself, did you have a look around inside?
Where, sorry? Oh, the apartment.
Yeah.
Yes, I did take a look around inside. It was emptied. I don't think they had any intentions of returning there once the job was done. Chances are they were going to flee town the moment it was, if they could have gotten away. But the apartment was largely devoid of any interesting pieces of information, but did look lived in, which is why I think they were there for at least a couple of days.
Well, unsurprising, didn't leave much behind, so I appreciate all the work you've done.
There were papers burned in the fireplace inside of the apartment. There was nothing left on them of any interest that was readable. It was all ash and soot, but clearly they burned information before the attack.
Well, can only say, I guess they're professionals and don't leave much in the way of loose ends, so I guess I don't have any further work for you.
Just kind of nods at you, and he'll like shake your hand gruffly. Without another word, he'll turn and he will leave and return to the Finder's Guild. There is one more thing for you, Cross.
Oh, yay.
One more thing.
I love things.
Just gotta give me a moment here.
Prince Olga going, what the fuck are you?
Yeah, where's my ambassador? Funny. Where? Sorry, lost track of my information here a little bit. Where did you go? There we go. Okay. Sorry, I need half a moment to keep track of what I'm looking at here. Excellent. Okay. You're on the road, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you were dealing with whispers. You actually receive a letter that is sealed, an unmarked seal. And as you open it, it is a very detailed image of your pendant, of your holy amulet, but in its changed form.
Got it. Yes.
That's all that's on it. What do you do?
Huh. Something like this has been delivered to me, and I'll guess is the person who gave this to me still like in front of me?
Yeah, it's this it's this probably just like, oh yeah, probably just like the city runner House Orion guy. He does look like a courier, so it was probably it was delivered at, it wasn't delivered as like basic mail, so he's like a personal courier.
Was there an additional message left with this? Something said, or
No, this Warforged just came up to me and told me where to deliver it, and didn't say anything else.
what do I do with this?
I don't know. What do you do with it?
Hmm. Fucking detect magic. Well, lots.
You detect magic it. Nothing magical about it. It's just a letter with that symbol on it.
I guess kind of like inspect it, see if there's like any like hidden message within like the drawing.
I'll tell you this: receiving this is like, it's like a call. It's like a
Yeah.
poke. Um, but you turn it over. That's all that's there. You turn it over. You look over. You inspect the drawing itself, and though it's drawn very refined as any Warforged would, as they're very like, robotic exact creatures. It's not very artistic. It's very almost schematic like. There's no hidden message.
I'm like acknowledging that like this is like a call / summons or something of the like.
You haven't received one before. Like, this is new.
Yeah. I guess I'll be going on another trip before, well, after the auction is over. What a...
Tell you what. you go to the window at all? Do you go outside at all?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, one of your blade marks is like, who's that standing outside of
I'm desperately in need of a fucking hit.
Yeah. You look outside, you're like, what the fuck is it? As you're waving it around, you look out the window, you see across the street in sort of like a tattered outfit is the clear Warforged frame underneath it. So we're just like standing almost ominously outside on the street across from the Denise.
I head out to try and to speak to them and see if they're still there when I get out.
Yep, you head outside to go and see him. He's there, and he waits for you, and you approach, and the Warforge sort of it doesn't do the chest thing, but does like sort of nod its head to you in respect, and will sort of gesture for you to follow.
Follow.
You follow. You find your way into. It's a bit of an alley, which turns into like a back street courtyard. You're in like the lower district right now, but there's like this little tree in the middle of this like little marbled, almost like token, like where the kids are supposed to hang out in this very like low impoverished section of the city. And Let's see here. You see sitting there is another Warforged who is also in a much nicer cloak. And as you approach, he does, like, the cloak is taken off, and you see this Warforged stands up, wearing a blue sort of almost like tabard, very Crusader-esque, where it's like a blue tabard with like a white lining. He has all sort of tons of like runic markings across his scalp. Or is this guy? Is this a? Yeah, this is a he. And like shoulder pauldrons is clearly in plate, and has like a number of spears across the back, and like this 3 razor blade, not dissimilar to a blade you've seen before. Make me a history check to see if you have met or know who this Warforged is.
Oh boy. That's an 8.
Roll with advantage.
That's even worse. That's still an 8.
You don't know who this is, but with that said, you do understand that this is probably a very high-ranking Warforged. These markings are symbols of honor.
Sort of seeing them, I take my symbol and adjust it to like the way it's supposed to be before
Understood.
like placing it.
Yep, you.
And then sort of bow my head and kneel.
Understood. You do so. Understood. This Warforge says, "Rise. There's no need to bow before me, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Though we do, of course, bow before our master, do we not?"
All we do is for the vision that our Lord has. Well, our Lord desires for the promised time.
Says, "Let us speak then of your progress, for I come directly bearing his words." And you guys will kind of begin to like mill about this courtyard a little bit. And he says, "We have received news through these flesh-born newsletters of your progress."
By surprise, ain't it? On something even I would never have foreseen, and I kind of like show off the mark.
You show off the mark. It says, "Most interesting." It says, "You are the evangelical cross, blessed by the Lord of Blades himself with the Edict of Absolution. I am the envoy of the Blades. I am Abjuvant." You know who he is now, upon introduction. This guy's famous. This guy is literally like the voice of the Lord of Blades. When he speaks with the same words and authority as the Lord of Blades, and he is only sent for the most important imperatives. So this is big, and this guy's like, you're pretty high up there, but this guy's like works directly for him. So it's very versatile. He says, "As I come with his edicts, with his words, he is pleased to see of your progress, and wonders what it is you wish to do with this great power, this opportunity for the Warforged."
Well, long term, bring about the promised time, as the Lord has spoken of. But with this power and with this mark, I'm the first Warforged with a seat at the proverbial table of the Fleshborn society. And so I intend to weaken it from within.
an excellent use of your power, but more importantly, the Lord of Blades wishes to see if this can be replicated. The Lord of Blades demands, on top of your former mission, to see if you can find the ability to reproduce this power in other Warforged. The more Warforged who possess this mark, if possible to be passed on, or others to gain it, should be utilized.
To go one of their, what do they call them? Their trials to induce the mark. I'll make inquiries as to what the other houses do to induce marks in their own lineage. But if it happened to me, then perhaps so we can mark more of our brothers.
You alone possess the Edict of Absolution, for it is you alone who must pursue this task. The Lord of Blades wishes for you to do all in your power to replicate this mark in other Warforged and make Warforged a great house for them to control, under, of course, the secret leadership of the Lord of Blades, to bring about the promised time.
By my honor as the possessor of the Edict of Absolution, I will do everything in my power to ensure that the Lord's will is done.
Is there anything that you yourself would report back to our Lord?
Only that I would like a guardian. I am constantly having to, well, not constantly, but House Beneath feels emboldened into offering gods of their own, and it's hard to operate in the, well, it's hard to move in the interest of the Lord with flesh-born eyes over my shoulder at all times. I would far prefer a fellow brother of the cause at my side who can do things that I cannot in the public eye and will not betray me when I act in the Lord's interest.
This is logical. I will need to report back to the Lord of Blades, and while I am there, I will ensure a great warrior will be sent to stand by your side. I do not believe it will be within the purview of the Lord of Blades to grant the Edict of Absolution to this guardian, so they will be cold, as is proclaimed by the Blades to the Fleshborn. It will be you to communicate, but she, or he, or they will serve as your guardian. When time permits, they will be brought to your attention.
Understood. Best this guardian remain silent, as they say.
We will be sure to send someone who can be your confidant and even your agent should you require it.
Wonderful.
You'll stand back and he will say, "May the promised time come soon, and may the Lord of Blades guide us to it."
There is one thing. I know that information can be hard to come by from in the Mournland. Certainly information from the Fleshborn nations back into the Mournland, but I would perhaps suggest looking into Kara Irvath, and perhaps even House Tarkanan. Their weaknesses in the Fleshborn Society that might very well be exploited.
Let's see here. Make me a persuasion check.
18.
18, very good. Abjavant says, to make peace with non-warforged, let alone make alliances with non-warforged, is a heresy. However, you do indeed possess the edict. Perhaps I will bring this to the attention of the Lord of Blades, as it is your right.
I wouldn't go so far as to call for any sort of alliance between the Lord and the Fleshborn. That would be a heresy, even beyond me who possesses the edict. But it's certainly two things to keep an eye on. Should ever another with the edict ever another be granted the edict, these are weaknesses that they might wish to exploit. It only serves to our Lord's advantage to be appraised of all the things that the Fleshborn, well, all things that make the Fleshborn vulnerable.
The Lord of Blades trusts your judgment, and it will be brought before him. These weaknesses perhaps will be exploited if he deems it worthy. I must ask before returning to our great lord, he would wish to know, has your time among the Fleshborn changed you?
Have they changed me?
Has your, perhaps, sympathy for the Sirens changed your views of service, of our goals?
Not in the slightest.
Make me either a persuasion or a deception check as your choice. Which is worth it.
Let's choose a real dice for this. I will send you the result.
Understood. It looks at you, studying, and it says, or he says, you truly are a god forged. As the Lord of Blades predicted, you were the right chosen for this service. I shall return to him now of good news of your progress and of your faith.
Safe travels, voice of the Lord.
And you as well, Evangelical Cross. And will reassert his cloak, take his leave, since you have a new directive in your mission. Excellent. So it sounds like everyone is ready to get on the lightning rail the next day, perhaps?
Yep.
Beauty. You all take your long rest with ease. The next morning, bought and paid for our tickets. Lucky. Well, they're not trying to make too much of a show of your being taken there. So you all are... That's actually a good point. They're not trying to make a show of your being there. So you are all given first-class tickets on the lightning rail. You guys are going to have your own private carriage, so that you can travel in style and not be too conspicuous. You all board into one of these big, beautiful metal electric trains. Lightning flares from the side of it, and soon enough, you are shot across Corvair. You would be told that there will be a point where all the passengers will have to get off of the ship, will have to board a ferry sponsored by House Lyrandar, and make your way across the Scion Sounds, which parts the east and west continent, and then in Reckonmark reboard the Lightning Rail and continue on to Korth, which is only a little while later. And they apologize for the inconvenience, and will note that you will be first on the ferry per your first class tickets. It will be an inconvenience. It will be an inconvenience of several hours. But that's what the morning does. So, you all board the train. You guys are going to be on the train for a little bit. It's probably going to be... I'm going to make sure. You got a while. You've got at least a day or two before you're going to reach the broken portions of the bridge. So, how would you like to spend that time?
I will tell them everything I know about Karnath.
We'll say that...
I won't literally repeat everything. I'm just saying, like, here's the gist of it.
Got it. So we'll say you give some helpful pointers about Karnath. So I will do that if you don't want to, just like what would be perhaps most relevant. First off, it is a military nation. Like, it is a military state nation. So you won't see guards. You will see bona fide trained soldiers roaming around the streets. They have complete authority over whatever happens. So if they decide they don't like the look of you and they throw you in jail, there's nothing you can do about it. So keep that in mind. Very Prussian, but people are proud. They're not like wanting to viva la revolution. They consider it everybody coming together kind of thing. Like, we're all in this together. There is a national pride despite the military state. And the country, the nation, though ruled by the king, is then under it ruled by the various warlords who command the greatest military. Your power is based on your military power. So the more soldiers, the larger keep you have, the more pull you've got. So this is a military nation. The Blood of Vol is no longer the national... It is no longer the national religion, though there is a great following and presence that still remains.
And can I roll to see if I can... how much I can tell them about the Blood of Vol?
Sure. Go ahead. You have advantage.
One second roll. 14.
14. Yeah, that's pretty good. I will say, I'm going to post it, but I'm going to say that you just tell them the basic tenets. Everyone has a spark of divinity to find the purpose within, and that death is the end. Dolaru is oblivion. And you all know Dolaru is basically the city of the dead. It's like the land of the dead. That's where everybody goes when you die. So they believe death is the end, Dolaru is oblivion, and if the gods exist, they are cruel. Stand with those you care for. All we have is this life and each other. So basically, they respect life. They respect life, and once you die, your corpse basically means nothing. Your life is what matters, and it should be valued.
So it is curious religion to outsiders. So be prepared, and given that last fact, be prepared to see plenty of undead.
I do believe... Oh, yeah, they're still around. I don't think there's as many... I think you would know that Karnath has reformed a little on that. Like,
yeah,
there are some keeps that still practice undeath pretty extremely, but largely they're being, like, shuffled out.
Well, more for appearance's sake, at the very least.
Yeah, you would... Given your position, you would know it's for appearances for the people.
Mm-hmm.
so that the proud military tradition of Karnath isn't spoiled.
Exactly. Is there anything else I need to tell them? Can I speculate about what faction of the Blood of Vol may have had this information?
No. There are many factions within the Blood of Bold, and
Okay.
you have no idea which it could be. There's no.
Okay. If I can't identify them, I'll just explain. Like, well, this piece. I'd give them a broad overview so they're informed.
So here's what we'll say. We'll say that if you guys are willing to listen, Ludwig gives you like an hour-long class on Carnathian culture and religion. And we'll just leave it at that. And any checks you make regarding Karnath going forward, we'll take this into consideration as far as DCs.
Do I have any listeners?
Cross notably, like, does not appear to be paying any attention.
Cross, right. Holden, do I have your attention at
Holden would
least?
listen attentively, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, so would Rowan.
Lois, you paying attention?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Cool. Okay, yeah. So all the fleshy ones seem interested and take notes, but Cross stares out the window, is like doodling in his notepad at the back. He's going, kill all humans. I hate everybody. No, I'm kidding.
Skynet.
Yeah, Skynet. Skynet rules. Oh boy.
And when you're finished, Holden will say, "Oh, okay. Let me give it a try." And he'll say, "I am Holden de Leora of Karnath," but he'll say it in a absolutely perfect Karnathian accent, as part of the Master of Intrigue feature is that he can unerringly mimic the speech patterns and accent of a creature that he can hear speak for at least 1 minute.
Very cool, Holden. Holden, being human, there's multiple races, but human being the most numerous. Very quickly, Holden, like almost immediately, Holden is a Karnathian, as much as anyone. Like you, Ludwig, of course, are like whatever, like national pride and whatever. But for the rest of you, you're like, yeah, easily could pass as a Karnath.
It's like if you listen really closely as a local, you might say like, "Oh, something seems off," but you most aren't gonna look
In
for
fact, no.
Oh,
so
never
maybe
I think it's
you, Ludwig. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it's specifically meant so that locals can't tell the difference. That's the point of it.
Okay, never mind.
So Ludwig, maybe you're like, I don't know, like your F's are off or whatever, and everyone's all like, "What? No, he says it just the same as you. What are you talking about?" And though maybe in the back of your mind you're like, whatever. Like all of you are like, it's an indistinguishably perfect accent.
Okay, fine. It sounds okay.
Yeah. Whatever.
Right, so Holden.
Yes.
Nice. That's handy.
Oh, yeah. It's just a little something I do to amuse myself. I try and do it everywhere we go. Actually, this one I had before, but it's nice to brush up on it.
Have you been to Karnath before?
I've never been to Karnath, but I've run into a number of Karnathians around the way. As you might remember, I've spent quite a bit of time in the Lazar Principalities and quite a bit of time sailing, as a matter of fact. And there are quite the number of interactions with Karnathians out on the seas.
Matter of fact, Ryan, I'm pretty sure that the Blood of Vol, that's the second place where the Blood of Vol is pretty popular, actually.
Make a religion check. Or a history check to see what you know about the Lazar Principalities.
Okay, hold on. 10.
You don't know that. You are not from the Lazar Principalities. And
Okay.
I've never gone to war with them.
Okay. Just thinking intelligence checks. I have okay intelligence, but yeesh.
Yeah, that one was a little more tricky.
So when we get there, do we have a game plan in mind?
Oh, I had a few suggestions. Happy to have the discussion.
Actually, we should talk about. Obviously, we've got to get to the location. I assume that Ludwig, you're going to want to look into security.
I will. I'll happily do that.
Definitely interested in hearing what you have how you're going to put things together. I want to be able to organize. Speaking of which, she hands you an earring, and then she hands Holden an earring. And if Lois is nearby, she will hand Lois an earring. If not, she'll wait. And if Cross is nearby, she'll hand one to him as well. And if not, then she'll get it to him another time.
I mean, Cross will take the earring, kind of stare at it like, you didn't really think this through, did you?
It's a communication device. I'm sure you'll figure it out. And you'll notice that she already has one in her ear, but she puts a second one. If I recall, it's kind of close, like 120 feet, but it would allow us to communicate quietly across the room. Sometimes that's sort of a handy sort of thing.
Excellent.
Cross, if it won't work, we'll find another way to keep you in the loop.
Get a drill. Pierce his ear.
Yes,
I figure it could be pinned onto a cloak or something.
Nah, I'm gonna drill that. I'm gonna drill his jaw. Stick it in there. It's the only way.
Yeah.
It's gotta be close to the brain.
A lip piercing.
He just sort of like awkwardly pins it next to his holy symbol. For now, it'll have to do.
Well, if it helps any, and at that point, Lois will set the earring down on the little travel table in the car, and she'll get up and pace to the front of the car, and then she'll cast message and send a message to Cross. Can you hear this fine? You can reply to this message.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. If needs be, I can act as the operator for Cross.
I was like, I guess like a random little point because like message is telepathic, right?
Yeah.
Cross sounds 10 times clearer, like mentally than ever vocally. Vocally is like beat up speaker, meant telepathically, full like top quality. Normal
You're just
voice.
like a slightly better functioning Bumblebee, basically. Very cool. Cool. I will say, Rowan, again, your house canon. Like, you've worked on Warforge. Like, you've worked on them. You would be pretty sure that, like, yeah, if you were to, like, you could make the earring work if, like,
Oh, I know.
basically, yeah.
I
You
know,
just-
but if he's going to be persnickety, I will, like, it's his body. If he doesn't want to
For sure.
explore options, I'm not going to shove it on him, right? He can put it on a
Yep.
collar or something.
Yep, I was just putting out there. You
Pinball
know how to
flipper,
make it
just
work.
pound it right in the side of his head.
And no, I know I could put it on there, but he seems to want his space, and I don't feel like stepping on boundaries. So
Yeah, of course.
I would. Can I test it out?
Yeah. Do that.
Holden,
Yes.
Holden, can you hear me scratch your nose?
you're right next to him. Of course, he can hear you.
No. Okay, walk to the back of the train. Fine, I walk to the back of the train for a sec. In the back of the car and says, Roland, if you can hear me.
Apparently, it comes through a little. Apparently, the reception's pretty bad.
Need to work on this.
Just
So
give me a thumbs
this
up.
was something
I'm sorry.
we will work out the kinks later. It'll be fine.
Yeah. How much do I know about Korth that I need to tell them, Ryan?
Again, you have already done your hour-long seminar.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good.
So aside from if we're gonna dress on Darien, be aware that we will stand out and we should be law abiding. I think we got it.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be law breaking, don't get caught.
It's usually the goal when one is
True,
doing law
but-
breaking
true,
is
but it's-
to not get caught.
True, but it's especially true from Conrad.
We got it.
I think it would be in the seminar. I think it would be definitely put out there that like some of you got arrested at different points, or different past party members were arrested at different points. They'd probably be thrown in a hole. Like they wouldn't have gotten out. Like Madani showing up and be like, actually, Law and Order. Like that would have never flown. That'd have been like, get the fuck out of here. They'd have been, yeah, left in a prison cell somewhere. Probably.
Not that quickly, definitely.
Yeah. Damn, this is a lot more intense than I meant for Lightning Rail.
It is pretty intense.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
that feels really
No, Conrad just sounds like
epic.
that.
Oh well, the mail
That's-
cart is being robbed currently, but that's on the other side of the train. You guys are in first class. You don't need to deal with
Yeah,
that.
okay.
That's some other adventurers like
Don't-
first level introduction. You're good.
That sounds like the music for the. Wasn't there a doomed lightning rail that
Yeah.
we
Oh,
like
yeah,
ran
yeah.
into? In the,
So-
Yes,
The
the
Legend of-
Feywild.
that we
the
ran
legend-
into in the Fade Arc? Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the Legend of South 1313?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly,
You guys ran into that in the other campaign.
Yeah. I got it. Is there anything else I need to tell you?
No, you've already told
We're
me
good.
that.
We're good. It's good. Stand down. We
Okay.
got it until we get on the ground.
Speak of my family after we're done with the auction.
Before we get there, though, we should talk about how we're going to deal with, or how we're going to, I guess, delegate the few things that need done prior to and during the auction itself.
All right.
Oh,
Where would you like to be working, Holden? Where do you think you fit in best?
Oh, well, there's a couple of things that I may be able to help with. I would really appreciate it if I was to be able to attend personally to House Lyrendar. In addition to that, however, as a group, and I can facilitate this if necessary, have any of you ever been to any sort of an auction before?
I don't think I've ever been to an auction, Ryan.
Okay, then you haven't been to an auction. And yeah,
No,
fair
Not
enough.
really.
And also, this is a very unique auction too.
Yeah,
She said
So,
something about us needing to set it up. Like, is there a format? Are we pitching a format? Do we need to come up with like a way to organize it? Because like this would be a great time to do that on a train.
There are a couple of methods that come to mind, and what is common in the art world, and I've covered them. I haven't participated necessarily, but usually you will have somebody who is the auctioneer, the caller, and they will start the bidding at a place that seems reasonable and prudent, and then you've got the room full of bidders, and they will paddle themselves in, and the auctioneer is trying to kind of urge them along, but ultimately, the bidders run themselves up until the appropriate people are out of financial means or are willing to risk.
Which brings me to my point. There's one other party I'll be hoping to include. We should have a shill.
You mean someone on the inside to raise the price?
Absolutely.
Do you have anybody in mind?
Not yet, but I'm sure we can find
Well,
someone.
The other option is a sealed bid where we're partly forthright in saying that, all of the people who were especially invited are representatives of prominent places, and this information is valuable, and it's going to go to whoever the sole bidder is. Consider your resources accordingly, and usually those have a floor which is non-refundable, and then whatever they're going to bid, if they're not being serious about the bidding, they lose whatever the floor is. So you get a larger takeaway because there is a minimum amount that, if they want a shot at it at all, they have to bid.
They have to prove they have the money to buy it.
That does raise a question. Where would we set this minimum bid?
And therein lies the question, because I didn't get an idea. Perhaps the House Phiarlan representative that we're going to meet is going to be able to give us an idea of what the risk reward inflection point is, where whatever the risks involved in getting this piece of information had certain costs associated with it, plus whatever the house is hoping for or is minimally willing to accept.
Also,
and that becomes the floor, when we divide it, in the sealed bid, then you take that floor, you divide it by the 7 entrants, so if it's, 70,000 gold pieces for simple math purposes, then, it's 10,000 gold pieces ahead, or whatever the number turns out to be. And then
we would have to ask the Phiarlan contact how much they expect the minimum bid to be.
What their floor is exactly.
Yeah. So here's what we'll say, just because it's getting late.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of this logistical, some ideas, shooting ideas around about how you want to do it could maybe be done in the chat, perhaps. Because when we're here, I want to get to the good stuff. So here's what we'll say. Yeah, feel free to chat about it in the chat. But what you were essentially told is that it'll be up to you how much you want to be involved in any given portion of it. If you guys want to, and more will be described by the minister, but basically, there will be recommendations. Everything's largely going to be set up. They don't need you to be oh, those curtains. You know what I mean? They'll cover that.
Mm-hmm.
but you guys will have ultimate control. So they're like, okay, we've got like the default setting here. We've set up a default. It's up to you guys if you want to change the format, and there will probably be some expectation that you do indeed change the format. So, yeah, you're going to have all your resources in front of you. You get to decide how you want to run the auction. You get to decide a whole bunch of things. And I will say that the Baron will simply say, keep in mind while you're making your planning that this is also the House of Entertainment. You will have access to entertainment services for it as well. These are no small-time pawn bidders. These are the greatest houses and spy agencies of the land. So there will be an expectation of good taste. So keep all this in mind. Your agents and
Gotcha.
You have an idea, lady?
She would say your espionage agents won't just be for security. They will be for entertainment as well. Mm-hmm. So keep this in mind for your plans.
Is there, above the table, is there currently a warrant out for Irvath? Like, I know there's a wanted, but is there we will give you this many Galifars? Is there currently a reward out being offered for her?
Oh, good question. I'll have to pull up some of the old newspapers to see if I listed it.
Because the minimum bid cannot be less than that.
No, of course,
yes.
Of course.
Oh, yes.
It's a good point.
Actually, really smart points, Rowan.
So yeah,
5,000.
Thank you, Cross. 5,000. Cool. So we will end the session there. And next session we'll pick up in Korth, and you guys can begin to organize your auction, your bid, subterfuge, and so on and so forth, and prepare. Cool. Well,
excellent.
Yeah, that'll call it, and I hope everybody is enjoying this direction. It is a temporary direction, but hopefully it'll be a cool time to test your diplomacy skills and your
coming home.
Skills. Yep.